Well, a fine good morning to you all. It is 6:02 in the Rose City. Yes, it is Swag. If you haven't been listening to the show, don't adjust anything. There hasn't been a coup. Nothing's going on other than the convergence of vacations. Dirt coming back from his vacation today, and he will be with us starting tomorrow and finish out the week early into next week. Sprague was here yesterday. He is might be at the airport right now, boarding his plane, taking the family down to Southern California for all sorts of fun and frivolity. And so the one-day crossover everybody else at the station, in the process of their final vacations before we strap it on for football season, both college and the NFL. And so we have a best of for you. It will be a little bit of a hybrid. There'll be a couple segments I'll pop in. I'll try to do a mini cafe, just the food truck today. So the brick and mortar not open. But we'll share with you. We did have some guests. We had some guest chefs in the cafe going back to Big Ten football media days. So we'll share those with you. So it'll feel like the cafe. And then I think we'll open up the food truck, maybe give you a mocha and a pastry or something. Couple of things going down that we want to bring your attention to. We actually had a guest from the Mail Sack. Normally Tuesday, Mail Sack Tuesday. We'll keep track of those. Dirt will do that. We had a guest in the Mail Sack last week that turned out to be all sorts of fun. So we'll have that for you. We will reprise our hour with Greg Oden from last week just because it was fantastic. So good to catch up with him. He was here for the PDXYZ Leadership Conference as one of the main speakers, and he was kind enough to come in. And he had a great time. We had a great time with him, and hopefully that is a burgeoning relationship that will be of benefit to you and will be commonplace here with Dirt and Sprague going on down the road once we get into basketball season. The NBA starting to roll out the schedules. The full schedule for the Trailblazers will be released with all other 29 teams on Thursday, but they, like the NFL, trickle out opening day, Christmas Day, some of those. So we have some of that for you. That'll be in the cafe. We'll update you. It's still being kind of trickled out this morning, so I will gather all of that for you. We are up on YouTube. I'll do my best. You won't be looking at me in the hamster cage all day. We'll put some graphics up, but we'll have that up so you can hear all the audio if there was something that you missed. But a lot of preview for football with Big Ten football media days. We had Phil Steele and George Wrightster. We'll have that for you here in the opening hour, as well as Jake Butt from Big Ten Media Days. We were able to catch up with him, and then we got up with ESPN's Adam Rittenberg when it was all over, kind of get his thoughts, compare the Big Ten, what they were saying versus the SEC, as we are just a couple of weeks away from the start of the college football season, week 0. USC is one of the first games up. We'll have that one for you here on the Fan Sports Network over the weekend. I believe that is August 29th or 30th as we look ahead. So we will have that week 0. And then, of course, the Ducks get it going Labor Day weekend with Boise State rolling into town. And the final things are being put together. Obviously, you're home for the Oregon Ducks all season long. So we are excited about all of that. Also, we had a great conversation with Tisha Thompson last week as the 30 for 30 podcast on the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani came out in one of the most unbelievable stories that you could imagine, with his interpreter embezzling $16 million of Shohei's money for gambling bets and addictions that got massively out of control, and the mind-boggling thing that Shohei had no idea. She was fantastic, so we'll reprise that for you along with our fun conversation. Brooke Hosendam joined us in the Mail Sack last week, so that'll be in the final hour as well. But as always, the opening segment, for those of you that have been with us over the time since we started this thing in the morning, I never know what's going on. Usually it's something plucked from the night before and their crazy lives and what's going on, because, I don't have as much craziness. Empty nest. I'm here. I go to hops. I do pilots, and occasionally I go on a pirate ship in the Adriatic Sea. That's about it. So, but interesting conversation that came about from Sprague's daughter, and that's what we will start you out with here on this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague.
But yesterday, by the end of the day, I was talking with my oldest, and I don't even remember how we got on this topic. She asked me what I wanted on my tombstone.
Oh.
And I go, what do you mean?
He's a beef. Go Beavs, how about that? Drop that one on there. What do you think? Lived and died a beef. from start to finish.
He's a beef.
He was not on trees.
Yeah, like, what would she said, what do you want your quote to be? I said, what do you mean?
Yeah.
She goes, well, beloved husband and dad and friend and all that. Well, like, what's your quote?
Yeah, what are you going to write on there?
I don't know.
I
Am
got
I going to
nothing
have a
planned out?
tombstone? I don't want to be buried.
You know what? Yeah, that's a tough one because even if you're not buried, most people still have tombstones. You're just not
Do
in
they?
there. I think so. I think that's still a thing. Is it
I think
not?
there's a lot of people that don't.
That don't want a tombstone?
It's embarrassing to admit publicly. So my great-grandparents, they were in most of my youth in my life, right? Like, I didn't really get to know my great-grandpa. He kind of got sick at the end of the last few years, and all my images of him are mostly either sneezing on my chili dog and telling me to eat it anyway, or
Right.
sitting in his
It's a
bark
man who
lounger.
lived through the Depression.
Don't be a little bee.
Don't.
That man was very nice to my mom. Very interesting cat. Served in a couple wars.
Yeah.
He's seen some stuff.
Couldn't have
I've
rice in
had
his
far
house.
worse on a
Yeah.
hot dog before, kid.
Yeah.
What are you crying about?
Yeah. Well,
Punk ass kid, eat that chili dog.
a lot of the images are either that or him sitting in his chair with a blanket to his neck because he was just always cold.
Always
6'4",
circulation.
skinny man,
Yeah,
right? So
circulation issues, yeah.
I didn't have like a lot of like great, vivid memories, but sadly he passed away before my great grandma, and then she passed away maybe 2 years later. I went to his grave one day because I had found out what cemetery it was at, and I had time to kill, and I was like, I don't know, 18 or 19. So I went over there just to see it, and I went over, and I saw it, and I looked down, and, said when he served and his, years he lived and all that. And I called my mom, and I go, hey, where's Grandma buried? And she goes, yeah, she's buried next to him. And I go, there was nothing next to him.
Tombstone, yeah.
And she goes, I know, her kids didn't want to pay for the tombstone.
Ooh.
And I went, so she's buried next to him and there's nothing? And she goes,
Ouch.
yeah, well, your aunt and uncles. And I go,
There you go.
Yeah,
you're right,
well
I do.
aware.
You're right. I just never thought about, I guess,
Why
the
didn't you just
cost
buy
and-
one headstone and put both names on it? If there was already a headstone, just get a little chisel out
Well-
there. If they're buried next to each other, bing, bing,
But
bing.
the problem is,
Carve the name into there.
it was a blended family situation from decades prior. So you had one side.
Yeah, that's tough. That's one of the
As-
worst ways to go. Like, you could get cremated, you could get buried, you could
Is
have
it one of the worst ways to
I
go?
think getting buried without any recognition that you're actually buried there, that's a pretty tough way to go.
Is that a sad thing to you?
That's a pretty sad thing.
So if you die and you have nothing,
Nothing.
Teddy
Yeah.
ball game,
Just
little
throw
Wyatt,
me in the dirt somewhere and leave me behind?
Yeah.
I
At
want-
that point, you'd rather be cremated.
At
and
that
have
point, spread
just-
my ashes and go
Yeah.
throw me in the ocean or something. If you're going to bury me, I want people to know. Come pay their respects. Lay some flowers right here,
You don't want to
man.
be buried like next to a golf course for tax purposes?
I think I'm out on that. Unless it gets Teddy a lifetime membership there, then I'm all for it. But if he's not getting a benefit out of it, no, dude. Either cremate me or put me in the ground and put a headstone on
Now,
top of it.
have you thought about an epitaph on your tombstone?
I don't know what I would put. I was thinking about that for about an hour yesterday after she said it. It was like, I was like,
What's the percentage of people that decide what they want on it, and what's the percentage of people that the people buying the headstone
They
decide
make
what
the
to
quote
put on
for
it?
you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, how many people before they die dictate this is exactly what I want on my headstone? Because I feel like the majority of them, like, he's a beloved husband, a father, whatever, brother. Like, that's kind of the go-to.
do you want that even? That just feels so cliche.
It feels
and
very cliche.
standard.
I don't know if I want to. Should I write hags? Have a great summer.
Hags would actually be a really funny thing. See, I want to go for more funny.
You want people
Like,
to laugh when they walk by your headstone?
I like that there's...
over. We think
That would be hilarious on yours.
I mean, that needs to be on your headstone.
I mean, look, if we're playing math here...
Here's the situation. ... It's over.
It's over. There is no we think. That would be great for swag.
That's so.
In fact, I think you need to text your son.
That
this
needs to
is
be
what
sent.
I want.
Send that.
Never change this.
And the family group chat dictate this is part of my will, but
Here's
if I
the
change my mind, if I have a better call down the road, we can evolve it. But for right
I
now,
wonder if there's like a motion detector you can put on it, and I can have the call. So if you walk
as
up,
you walk by, you're like one of those scary Halloween decorations that makes kids jump. Ah, you see some kid walking by to go see Granddad, and he walks by Swag's tombstone.
situation.
What the hell was that, man?
Well, here,
He's alive.
my other grandma's buried off Foster, that cemetery. I forget what it's called over near Clackamas. and I couldn't quite remember where she was buried, and I ended up finding her tombstone. But I had to walk, and so as you're walking past other tombstones in the ground, and I always look at them. I'm always curious, how old were they? What years were they alive?
Yeah.
What was their name? Like,
I love looking at that stuff whenever I'm in a cemetery.
Yeah, if I'm ever in that situation, I will look at other things. There's been ones where ladies will put like their favorite recipe on their tombstone.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it's a very popular thing, but I think there's people that have actually legitimately put like their favorite cookie recipe on the tombstone, and it's
have we ever walked by and then tried the cookies? Now I'm tempted.
Well, I mean, you go home and make the cookie of the dead person.
If that's a good enough cookie to put on your tombstone,
they obviously lived by it.
I'm down to go home and try that cookie recipe and see how good it actually is.
I say a poll question has existed in this segment of it might be 100% yes or no. Should Swag on his tombstone have?
Yeah.
Here's the situation. ... It's over. That's it. There is no we think.
There's no we think. Yeah, you're not really leaving that one up for interpretation. You're underground at that point. But it is over, and that is the situation, and it applies perfectly.
Well, I think the sad part is I think my daughter asked me that mainly because I'm turning 40. So I think to her,
you're ancient, dude.
Dad, you ain't that far away. And I'm
to a middle school age kid, high school age kid, 40 is you are just a grandfather at this point.
Yeah,
that seems,
I think in many ways.
When you think about being like 14 years old and think about being 40, oh my God, that seems so old.
Yeah.
Now you're here and you're like, whatever, it is what it is.
I don't know what I'd put on there. I really don't.
This is one of those things, like, I don't know if I want this pressure. I want somebody else to describe it for me. I'm not going to see it, so what the hell do I care?
You want them to come up with it? What if it doesn't really, represent you?
What do I care, Not sitting there reading it every day.
If you die before me, I'm going to have a...
You better have a hand in this. Don't do me wrong here. Don't do me dirty here, okay?
Can you add special K? Wait, why?
He's a big...
He loved the cereal.
The cereal.
Don't worry about
the cereal was outstanding.
Is that really true? That's an inside joke between me and him.
Don't worry about it. Just throw it. Everybody just comes and puts their different inside joke on the tombstone. None of this makes any sense, man. I'm so confused.
That would actually be a good thing.
That's not a bad
idea. 5 people that put their little inside jokes with you on it. What does this mean?
Can I get a roof daddy on mine?
To the roof daddy! Oh, look at that! I like that you assume you're going to the roof.
I mean, I'm hoping I'm going to the basement. Roof. Fingers crossed for the roof. I'd prefer the roof over the basement.
I really don't even know if I'm going to have a tombstone.
Yeah, you just want to get cremated and spread to the wind?
No, she goes, why don't you want a tombstone? I go, I don't know. Would you give a tombstone to a guy who wants to shoot his naked body to the sun? She goes, what?
What?
And I go, let it be a science experiment. Yeah. See how far away from the sun until the body completely
How far
dissolves.
Can I make it into the atmosphere?
And then we'll know exactly the line.
Oh, look at that. That's the Brandon Sprague line now.
If you ever wonder, how far or how close to the sun can a naked human body get from Earth to the sun if it's shot out? Let me be the example in a history book.
It's we have the Mason-Dixon line that we read about. Now it's the Brandon Sprague line. That's where you burn up by the sun. Thank you for your gift to science.
There could be way worse things to be remembered for.
Yeah, I think I lean cremated and spread me in places that I love. I think that's where I lean. Leave a little bit of meat, a little bit of dirt.
Yeah, top 5 places you'd love to be spread?
Not yet. I haven't lived long enough to have a good top 5.
Really?
Yet. Yeah, there's some good golf courses.
There's not one spot that's popped in your life so far that
Augusta
you'd say
National. Behind the 10th tee.
The 10th tee?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the
over
tee.
by is that where
your VIP was?
That's where our VIP was. Just just a sprinkle. That's all I need.
Well, we'll see if he maybe while he was at the Sun River Golf Courses found a plot maybe a little closer to sprinkle those ashes. So there we go. We are off and running. It is a best of Dirt and Sprague today. When we come back, George Wrightster joined us to kick off Big Ten Media Days, the former Ducks tight end, now host of his own podcast, getting into the college football season. A lot of expectations for Dan Lanning and his Ducks. What do they need to do to fulfill him this season? Glad you're along for the ride. Best of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, here's...
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA rolling out the 2026-27 schedule this week, announcing opening week and Christmas Day national TV games. The season begins October 20th. The champion Knicks host the new-look Sixers with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. That's the feature game. Celtics and Pistons precedes them. Thunder and Spurs, the nightcap. Blazers, once again, not featured on Christmas Day. But you will see LeBron going back to L.A., Sixers and Lakers, one of the featured games. To the NFL, Cowboys reaching agreement on a 3-year contract extension with defensive tackle Quinnen Williams worth up to $105.9 million, 101 of which will be guaranteed. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network. This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Indeed, a best of edition. We're going to get right to it. We started Big Ten Media Days way back a few weeks ago to end July with former Duck tight end George Wrightster, who's now a podcast host, wondering what he saw at the end of the season and what leads him to believe Dan Lanning and the Ducks might be able to be the fourth consecutive Big Ten football team to win a national championship.
Well, I have no concerns about the way that the previous years ended, and this is the reason why. You have a coach in Dan Lanning who just finished his fourth year, right? And how many coaches outside of the Larry Cokers who have inherited, a championship roster prior to them getting there have won before year 6? You didn't see it out of Kirby Smart. You didn't see it out of Ryan Day. Kirk Cignetti's been a head coach for 20 years. And so there's some growing processes to it. And you also will look at how those things happened and what Dan Lanning has done. You're looking at a guy who has only lost 2 teams that have either won national championship or played in the national championship game. Like, those are the only losses. So then you look and you see, all right, is this a structural issue? Is this a coaching issue? And remember, I'm not in the excuse business. I'm in the reason business. is that sometimes it is important to understand why things happened. And you look at that at the Rose Bowl game against Ohio State. That's the national champion. It's the best team in the country. And in 2 years of the playoffs, 7 of the 8 teams that have had byes have lost. Georgia has done it twice. Arizona State has lost. Boise State has lost. Ohio State lost in the first round this last year. There's something about the bye and having a month off while the teams that you're going to play against are have played within 10 days of having to play you. That's why those teams have started slowly. And then you go to this last year, and I believe that if Dan Lanning had to do it all over again, with Tosh Lupoy and Will Stein, with them literally being in Kentucky and in Berkeley on game week, that made it extremely tough to be able to game plan. I mean, even Indiana's defensive coordinator Brian Haynes, he said if this wasn't the same team that we saw in Eugene, that was a close game into the fourth quarter. And even Oregon was up in the fourth quarter after a Brandon Finney pick. So I'm not concerned about it, and I'm also less concerned about the way the season's ended, because you were dealing with very young football teams, and you're still dealing with a young football team. But there's a lot of veterans on here. You got a second-year starting quarterback who's an NFL due, probably the first pick in the draft. You have 4 guys in your defensive line with Washington, Tuioti, Uiagalelei, and the other kid as well. That are going to go in the first and second round. Bear, who are going to go in the first and second round of the draft. You have one of the best secondaries in the entire country. And those are things that lend itself to you being able to win a national championship and the growth that it takes, even though that people want microwave results.
A lot of people had opinions on hiring the new coordinators, George, of like keeping it internal versus do you outsource? And I know when they lost Dillingham, he went and found Will Stein, and that worked out really well. And then everybody had an opinion about Lupoy when he was here, but he gets the job at Cal. I'm kind of curious. There's been some opinion takeaways, I guess, from the candidates and the guys that they have ultimately picked to be the new DCs and OCs. What did you make of Dana Lanning's decision to stay internal instead of going outside of the program for those spots?
When you are dealing with coaching searches, it's just like anything else in life. The sexy thing to do is to go outside and go find something great, But we didn't have a chance to talk to Hampton. We didn't have a chance to talk to Maringer during the season or even the last 2 seasons to understand their contributions to the offense and to the defense. And so it looks sexy to go get somebody else from outside of the building and then have them acclimate to your culture. Are they going to do it? Do they 100% buy into the philosophy, or is this just a great opportunity for them? And Hampton has proven himself. He's been a good defensive coordinator prior at Tulane. He left a promising job that he was doing good at, just beat USC in a New Year's Six bowl game, and then left to take a demotion, if you will, the way he could learn and grow and have more opportunities, the way he can be a head coach. So that's literally the Dante Moore path for a defensive coordinator. Then you look at Maringer. He's a guy who Dan and the rest of the staff have thought very highly of, and that they believe that the difference between him and Will Stein is that Will Stein obviously was able to have a lot of success as a coordinator, but they believe that Maringer is going to have an opportunity to have more answers in game for when defenses make big adjustments against them.
We're talking with George Reister, former Oregon tight end, at George Reister on Twitter. Go give him a follow. Host of the Unafraid Show on YouTube, and he's also going to be a part of the college football coverage on the CW coming up this fall. As we look to the Big Ten as the media day start, and you kind of look at the race at the top, do you see it as Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, big gap, everybody else? Are you still a buyer in Indiana despite all that they lost? Or do you see somebody else maybe jumping their way into that top 3, top 4 conversation? What do you make of the conference as a whole as we get the season underway here?
I think this is the best version of the Big Ten that we have ever seen. That the bottom is much higher than you've ever seen. When I was doing my rankings on YouTube, which I put them out on Unafraid Show, is the Big Ten rankings. Of course, whatever order that you want to argue about for Oregon, Ohio State, and then Indiana at 3. Outside of that, then it gets extremely tough. And then when you get toward the middle, you're putting teams at 12, 13, and you're saying, whoa, this feels yuck. This feels gross to have a team like Minnesota between 11 and 13 when they have won so many games. It's a tough game, and it just gets harder and harder. And there are teams that you actually believe are very good football teams, and they're at 9, 10, 14, and you're just like, how is this possible that this team is 14th? And then you say, I can't put them in front of any of these other teams. But I want to focus for a second on Indiana, because there's been a lot of talk there both ways. They're fans who I say are that Indiana is new money now. Like they are the people that won the lottery and then bought the $1 million house inside the gated community. They're inside the country club, but then they're also not putting they don't know which fork to use. They eating dinner with a salad fork. They putting the water glass on the wrong side, and they just kicking their feet up. And they believe that they're on a generational Saban run where they're going to win 6 national championships in 12 years. Well, here's the issue with Indiana and them believing that is I believe that with their non-conference schedule, which is honestly embarrassing, that of course they're going to be 3-0. So that puts them at a place where because they are very well coached, at minimum, probably a 9-win team. But then you look at this roster, and you can say, oh, well, they won it last year, and they were very thin. They weren't all the way up on scholarship numbers and all of that stuff. Yes, that was an outlier. That is not what happens in college football. So Indiana, their frontline starters are very good, very good. but they lack the depth to be able to consistently make it through seasons. I know, we practice different. We all of this stuff. Well, as Oregon fans or as any other college football fans, what happens when you're on the way to a national championship and Dennis Dixon's knee blows out. You know what happens when, a kicker gets hurt or misses the wrong kick or you fumble against Stanford. That's the thing that Indiana hasn't experienced because they've been so god-awful at college football. They were the losingest program in college football until 2 years ago, and now they're the second most losing. So that's how bad that they were, and they have no real understanding of what life in the big leagues is like.
They got a natty out of it, though, George. I mean, they got the natty, so I think they're okay being called the new money. I want to ask you about a poll question we posted today. I love that. Should a college football program be allowed to count a national championship that they say they won in 1869?
Sure. I mean, you all won it, but we all know that we do have to be nuanced and take things for what they are. And I'm gonna give you an example from another sport. In the NBA, we look at or college basketball. We look at those Bill Russell Boston Celtics championships or the John Woodens at UCLA. How could you? It's impossible to do that in this era because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ain't staying in college for more than 6 months. versus 3 to 4 years back in the day, and that's the thing that's different now is that it's a different era. So yes, you can claim them all you want to, but this is the most difficult era to win a championship in any sport because of free agency, because of transfer portal, because of all of those others, and going to the league early and everything. It is much more difficult. And then the amount of games that you have to win. You used to have to win a bowl game to win the national championship, and then you actually had to play in a playoff with 2 teams, and then you had 4, and now you got 12. It has never been more difficult.
Yeah, George, I hate to say this, man. That was the wrong answer. That's a no. That's the 1800s. What are we doing? At least you gave me 1900s examples in basketball. 1800s, I'm not counting. Let me ask you about the new coaches in the conference. I'm very curious who should scare the Big Ten more? Kyle Whittingham at a place like Michigan or Matt Campbell at a place like Penn State?
I'm gonna go with none of the above. Even though I do have a lot of respect for Matt Campbell and Kyle Whittingham, because I actually have him as one of the top 3 coaches in college football, period. But I do believe that what Bob Chesney is doing at UCLA, that this could be a very special run. If you look at if they beat Cal in the opening game, that means that every single game is winnable. Every single one on their schedule, except for Oregon, probably. And that could put them at a Signetti at ceiling 11-1. Even though I do believe that the most realistic scenario, if they beat Cal, is probably 8-4, maybe 9-3. But I do believe that we're going to see one of them very quick turnarounds at UCLA. Now so that's why I would put him at number 1 on the list. But behind him, I would put Whittingham at Michigan because he matches them. Now, I don't believe that happens this year because I do believe that they have a quarterback problem with Bryce Underwood. I don't believe it until I see it. I will not believe that he is anything more than a special talent until I see it. The same way with Arch Manning. And when it comes to Matt Campbell, I think that when you look at their schedule and what they brought over from Iowa State, it's like people are dismissing. Oh, they're like, oh yeah, Rocco Beck, and those Iowa State guys, they're over here. Well, the problem is they brought all the best Iowa State guys and then put them with who were veterans and who were playing, and then you add them with what was left at Penn State, which wasn't scraps. So now all of a sudden you got yourself a good football team, and he's going to be tough. He's going to be physical. He's got a veteran He's got a veteran quarterback. He's got a cupcake SEC old school schedule in the non-conference, which I despise. And then he's going to have an opportunity because they avoid, outside of USC, the majority of the top of the Big Ten.
Yeah, the schedule definitely breaks their way this year. Last one for you, George. Where's your biggest question mark for Oregon this year? Is it the coordinators being new, the offensive line linebacker I know is a position people bring up? Where is the weakness that kind of sticks in your mind about a month away from the start of the year?
I wouldn't even point to anything as necessarily a weakness as opposed to I'm curious to how that's going to work out. One thing is, I believe that the defensive side, I do believe that this will be the number one defense in the country. I have no questions there. But on the offensive side, I have to wonder because it's a new offensive line, and you're saying, okay, is this going to work? But then Alik Terry has put together back-to-back Joe Moore Award finalist teams, and if they believed that they needed more, they would have went out in the portal and got more. So it's hard for me not to trust that because history says that I should trust it. Now I am excited to I got my eyes on Drew Maringer. I'm not going to lie there because I do believe that that's something that could go left. But then we have to trust that Dan has been a very good hirer of people.
Yeah.
And we will all be trusting that and can't wait to watch it again. It gets underway Labor Day weekend against Boise State. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. When we come back on this Best Of edition, the man himself, Phil Steele, back on the show previewing the college football season from a national perspective. This is a Best Of edition here on 105.1 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Swag back here with you on this best of edition, the confluence of vacations for the boys. Dirt will be back tomorrow. We'll have a full show for you. Wright Gasway of KATU scheduled to be in studio with us at some point. But we continue looking back at some of our favorite conversations here over the last few weeks, and one of them was with Phil Steele of the college football preview. We wanted to see, from his perspective, the national perspective, just what's in the way of Dan Lanning and the Ducks to finally get that national championship.
Well, I tell you what, this year I was so thrilled transfer portal window. In fact, every coach I talked to, they'd say, "Phil, how you doing?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I am doing so much better. There's no second transfer portal window. I don't have to rewrite 138 teams all in the month of May, change my power ratings on all 9 things." I go, "I'm doing great." But you know what the coaches responded with? "Phil, this was great for me because we feel more like a team this year. You know, with the team we took into the spring, we didn't have to worry. We could coach them harder. We could list them third string. We knew they weren't going to leave after spring. And the same token, the players weren't fearing they were going to get replaced. You know, oh my goodness, they're going to bring in the transfer portal. Who you took in the spring was going to be your team. And I think because of that, we're going to see a better brand of college football this year."
Yeah, that's a great point about the kind of continuity that you could have inside that locker room that we forget about from time to time with no spring window. Let's get to Oregon, Phil. I mean, obviously big expectations. Maybe the most anticipated season in the history of Oregon football, though it feels like we're saying that quite often with Dan Lanning because of what he's built. What do you make of the roster, what they're returning? What is the vibe around Eugene? And where do you think they fit into the Big Ten and the national picture?
Well, Oregon's a legitimate national title contender. They could easily be the 4th different Big Ten team to win a national title in 4 years. And really, I was surprised Dante Moore returned. The fact that Dante Moore is back, I'm super impressed with him all season long. Didn't have a great game at the end, but overall, I think he could be the first pick in the NFL draft. You got a receiving core that was banged up last year. Gets Evan Stewart back to go along with Moore and McClellan. I am the number 2 rated receiving core in the country, number 1 quarterback unit. The running backs, I like Jordan Davis, and he's a big boy. They also had De'Ara Hill. They got Tredavian Ball. This is a loaded running back core. And the offensive line, I rate number 8 in the country. So this is a loaded offense. Either number 1 or number 2 offensively, I think, this year. Defensively, the entire defensive line's back. Which I love. You've got the secondary I rate number 2 in the country. It's a legitimate national title contender team. Now, they do have to play USC on the road. That's going to be a tricky one. USC, when I talked to Lincoln Riley, said got the best defense. They've got a veteran quarterback. They've got the offensive line. I thought they gave Oregon a good game last year, and now they have to go on the road, and USC was 7-0 at home. They also have to play Ohio State on the road, and the very next week play Michigan. So the schedule's not easy. Big Ten, of course, very tough. I rate it the 20 toughest schedule in the country. But no doubt, this is a great shot at Dan Lanning getting to that national title.
Phil Steele, our guest here of the College Football Preview magazine, on the shelves now. You can find it. It's basically a sports Bible if you need it going into a college football world where the rosters are turned over, depth charts, information galore. You can find him on Twitter at Phil Steele. Power rank the top 4 in the Big Ten for us. Like, we know Oregon's going to be involved in that, but how would you rank 1 through 4 of the Big Ten in your opinion going into the year?
Well, you know what I did this year in the magazine? I got the top 3 all tied because I can make a case for Ohio State winning the Big Ten. They've got the offense with Julian Sayin. They've got the offensive line. They got Bo Jackson back. They got the best receiving core in the country. There are some question marks on the defensive side of the ball, but I only rate them the number 5 defense in the country this year as opposed to where they were. It's a loaded team, but they play a tougher schedule. They have to play at Texas, at Iowa, at Indiana, at USC. And even at Nebraska is not an easy one. They, of course, also play Oregon and Michigan. They play the 6th toughest schedule in the country. Indiana is a team that I've got favored in all their games with the exception of Ohio State, and I rate that as a toss-up. The interesting thing with them going to Josh Hoover this year, a quarterback, I'm going to go back to my first conversation with Coach Cignetti when he was at James Madison. They just moved up to FBS. And they were taking the move from FCS to FBS. They lost their all-conference quarterback. They had 2 quarterbacks with no experience. I'm like, well, Coach, you probably got to struggle a little bit at quarterback. He's like, Phil, I've had first-team all-conference quarterback almost every year I've been a head coach. We're going to have one this year. And I'm like, okay, we'll see. Guess what they did? And he took that confidence into Indiana. And I like the talent they have. This is a loaded, talented roster once again. Very capable of repeating. And as long as Coach Signetti's the coach, I think they're a legitimate national title contender. So I list all three of those teams as legitimate contenders. And you said 4. I'm glad you said 4 because I think the one team that could sneak into that mix is USC. With USC, as I mentioned, they've got the defense. They've got Jaden Mayava at quarterback. They got Wayman Jordan back at running back. He was their top running back last year. Then they had to go to some scrubby walk-on, right? King Miller. All King Miller did was get 972 yards and 6.2 yards per carry. They're both back. They're playing behind one of the best offensive lines in the country. And while the receiving core is young, Lincoln Riley likes the talent they have there. So if they've got his best defense, that offense, they were 7-0 at home. They get Oregon at home. They get Ohio State at home. Pull an upset there, and they could break into that top 3 as a playoff team.
Yeah, wide receivers under Lincoln Riley, never a big concern, even if we haven't heard the names. Right. They're usually pretty darn good over there. I know there's a lot of excitement here locally that Oregon State is now back in. I mean, they were technically still in the Pac-12, but obviously such a weird situation over the last 2 years. And now a full-look conference, some new members coming to town. A lot of people circling Boise as the leader of the front in the Pac-12. I'm just curious, what do you make of that conference? And now Jamarcus Shepard taking over in Corvallis, and what the expectations are after a really bad year for the Beavs last season.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the Pac-12 this year, I've got a top 4 and a bottom 4. I think the 4 teams at the top are Boise State, Fresno, San Diego State, and Texas State. I think those are your top 4 teams, and they're going to battle it out for the title. And then at the bottom are some rebuilding teams in my mind, and mostly new head coaches with the exception of Utah State. Washington State, Utah State, Colorado State, and Oregon State all have new head coaches, and in the transfer portal era, that's pretty tough. So at the very top of the Pac-12, I think it's a battle between Boise and Fresno, and Fresno gets that game at home. I know not a lot of folks are talking about Fresno, but very impressed with the job that Matt Entz is doing there. They're a team that likes to run the football, use 2 tight ends, and I think they're a very strong team this year. But I did go with Boise. Spencer Danielson's got his quarterback back in Maddox Matson. They've got the running backs with Riley and Gaines. The offensive line has got 2 NFL caliber guys in Roger Carrion and Matoyer. Matt Wagner at tight end looks like an NFL potential tight end, and the defense is always solid under Danielson. They do have to play Fresno on the road, which is going to be tricky, but I think overall they're the best team in the Pac-12 and a great shot at making the playoff. And Oregon State, got to tell you, it was a really interesting call with Coach Shepard, because I always start out with the first-year head coaches. First time I talk to him, I say, okay, Coach, I've sent you over my team pages. They've got all the information, all the players on, all my notes on every player. What I want you to do is to put me in order and then tell me a little something about each of the players that are on the team. He's like, Phil, I'm not going to put you in order. I'm not going to tell you anything because I want this thing to be a surprise at the start. But I will go over the players with you. And then, sort of has I understand that as a first-year head coach, pull some surprises. And he did say next year would be a different year for our conversation. But it was an interesting conversation with Coach Shepard. But they do have a lot of new players, and they have a tough schedule. Yeah, when you look at it, playing San Diego State at home, playing Texas State at home. The only games, and who are they going to play in that last game of the Pac-12? That's always a big question mark because it's, they're tentatively scheduled for Washington State again. We'll see, but it does look like a rebuilding year for me, especially opening up against Houston and Texas Tech.
Quick question for you, Phil, as we're talking to Phil Steele, the College Football Preview magazine. What does a rebuilding year equate to in your mind of wins and losses? Like, I know there's a lot of things that can go different ways, but I'm kind of curious what that means to you when you say it's a rebuilding year down in Corvallis. And also, how many coaches hit you with the, yeah, Phil, thanks for that. I'm not going to go in order because I'm not going to give you my depth chart. Now, you're kind of left guessing a little bit, and some of that stuff can move around with injuries and whatnot and got camp battles ahead. But how often do you get the pushback a little bit of like, hey, Phil, love what you do, not giving you my full, complete depth chart, want it to be a surprise?
That's what made it unique. First coach that told me that. So, and I've been doing this for some time, and I talked to 133 of the 138 coaches, and so I was like, wow, that's interesting. But he did say, Phil, want to have a good relationship, and next year will be a little bit different, and I'm sure it will be. But it was unique. It was interesting to me for that to happen. Now, rebuilding year means I do not expect a bowl game. When I look at the schedule this year, I've got them an underdog at Houston, against Texas Tech. I think the UTEP game is going to be tough on their road. I think UTEP's going to be underrated. At Colorado State, I've got them an underdog. San Diego State. Basically, I'm looking for about 4 wins this year for Oregon State, which would be an improvement over last year's 2-10. But I don't see them getting to a bowl game this year.
All right, last one for you, Phil. Who is your dark horse candidate to be a playoff team that maybe isn't getting a lot of attention right now? And then we got to know who's the national champion pick.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for a dark horse, I'm going to go with USC. I don't think everybody if you think 3 Big Ten teams, it's going to be Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana. I think USC could sneak in there. And then for the national title this year, I'm going to go with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I'm a guy that values defense, and Notre Dame had a great defense last year. They got 9 starters back on the defensive side of the ball. Their units rate number 1, and number 5 in my rankings. I'm on the Joe Moore Award Committee. I value offensive line play. They have my number 1 rated offensive line. They've got a veteran quarterback in C.J. Carr, who was thrown into the fire as a freshman last year. Now he's a sophomore, and they've got a schedule that's really set up well. The only 2 games I don't have them a double-digit favorite are at BYU and then home against Miami of Florida. So I think when you look at the talent, the schedule, the fact their motto this year is leave no doubt, and I like Notre Dame to win it all this year. But it's going to be a great race. And as we saw last year, once you get to the playoff, I mean, Miami was the last team in, and they're playing in the national title game, very nearly won it.
I got to ask you this real quick, and it's just a one-word answer. The coach that you actually look forward to talking to the most on the phone, for whatever reason, maybe the rapport is great, your guys' personalities are similar. Who is the coach that stands amongst the other coaches of, like, the phone call is the one maybe you enjoy the most more than the others?
Can't play favorites. I love the majority of the call. I'm going to throw this one out. Coach Mike Leach, always super interesting.
All right,
be a 2.5-hour call. The guy's walking on the beach in Florida, signing autographs, taking time, telling me about pizza, talking about players out on the lake, and then. But we did manage about an hour and 15 of that would be actual football on his team.
Yeah.
R.I.P. the Pirates. We're getting close to a 64-team playoff, too, if they keep talking about it. So thanks to Phil Steele for joining us. When we come back, more from Big Ten Football Media Days. We reprise our conversations with Jake Butt and Adam Rittenberg here on this Best Of edition, Dirt and Sprague 105.1 The Fan.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA announcing its opening week and Christmas Day national TV games today. The entire season schedule will be released by Thursday. Season begins October 20th with a triple header. The feature game at 4 o'clock, the New York champion Knicks will hoist a banner and take on the new-look Sixers with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. Celtics-Pistons gets things started at noon. Thunder-Spurs, the nightcap. Blazers not featured on Christmas Day yet again, but LeBron James will play on Christmas for the 21st time in his career. Sixers go back to face the Lakers. The rest of the schedule, NBA Cup schedule, will be released tomorrow. From the NFL, Cowboys and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams agree on a 3-year contract extension, $101 million guaranteed. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Swag's going to go configure Dirt's widget. Oh, my Lord.
Dirt and Sprague
He configured both our widgets. Oh, buddy.
on the Fan Sports Network.
Welcome back in hour two. Best of Dirt and Sprague. They're having their widgets configured somewhere else here today. Dirt will be back tomorrow. Sprague just taken off today. Right Gazaway scheduled to be with us tomorrow in studio. Of course, tomorrow is the City of Portland vote for the Blazers regarding the Moda Center renovation financing, the last piece to the puzzle as far as the municipalities getting their financing package in place. Then they can actually sit down with the Trailblazers and start hammering out a long-term lease agreement. And then Brady Henderson going to join us on Thursday's show as we get set for the full first week of NFL preseason action. But as we get ready for the college football season, which is mere weeks away, we were pleased to have some guest chefs join us in the cafe. One of our favorites that we've discovered recently, Jake Butt with the Big Ten Network. He was there in Chicago and shared with us his impressions of what he saw on day one and what he was looking forward to see on day two.
Yeah, you know what? I think what really stood out to me was Lincoln Riley and just how important this season is for USC. You know, it's like that age-old quote, to whom much is given, much is required. You know, when they cut that big 9-figure check to bring him to USC, it wasn't with the expectations that good was ever going to be good enough. It was with championship expectations. And talking to Lincoln at the desk, he understands that. He said he doesn't know any different. It's been the case since he was the head coach back at Oklahoma. And I know that I have zero doubts that Lincoln Riley, especially returning his quarterback, Jane Mayaba, that offense is going to be able to score points. But I think where they've really struggled consistently and why they've struggled on the road and in big games has been in the trenches. And what Lincoln, he kind of opened his presser with this, saying that since he took the job at USC, he has never felt better about the quality of player and depth that he has in the trenches. So that's something that I think maybe got overlooked, but I think it's really important, understanding how important this season is for Lincoln Riley, that he's going to be able to rely on the players he has up front.
Yeah, Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Network, as Media Days roll on in Chicago, on Twitter at JBooty88. What do you think Lincoln Riley would have said of, is this where you envision USC year 5 of your program?
I think he would have given an answer to the extent of, hey, they knew it was going to take some time, and I think that's fair. He talked about how his philosophy in roster building has changed. Remember, year one, they went heavy into the transfer portal. And the good thing is that led to a quick turnaround, a lot of success with Caleb Williams way back then. But the challenge is that doesn't lead towards long-term success. You use the transfer portal for a year or two, and then those guys graduate. Coming off of this past offseason, he just signed the number one recruiting class coming out of high school. They're loaded with youthful talent. He thinks a number of those guys are going to contribute this year. So I think, it's both. I think Trojan fans want to see that team win now. Obviously, we look at what Cignetti has done, and it's like, why can't our program do it? But with Lincoln Riley, I think this year is really important for him to actually start to show some of that potential and really get close at a minimum, if not all the way into the college football playoff.
Yeah, we saw the media poll come out kind of leading into all this, kicking off yesterday. Ohio State picked to finish first, Oregon State second, Indiana third. I'm curious if you agree with the order at the top of the conference. How would you vote for it? And then as we get ready to hear from Lanning and the rest of the Oregon players today, kind of what are your thoughts on the Ducks and what are you looking forward to hearing about or asking about today with the Oregon coach and players?
Yeah, I would say I think roster-wise, Oregon has the best roster of all those teams. I mean, you guys got the best defensive line in college football. You have a quarterback that would have been a top 3 pick in last year's NFL draft. That, of course, matters. You're loaded at running back. I love your 2 young running backs. I think you maybe have the best cornerback in all college football, and Brandon Finney Jr. I'd say the only question I have is you're introducing 2 new coordinators, and particularly on the offensive side of the ball, what is that going to look like? Just kind of structuring game plans against the better teams. I think that really matters. And to that exact point, I would pick Indiana number 1, because at this point I'm done. I've got burned betting against Cignetti. I think we all have. I'm done betting against him, and they returned their entire coaching staff, guys. Like, that is so rare of a team that won a national championship, and then they reloaded in the portal and went out and got Josh Hoover, the number 1 portal quarterback. So you can't go wrong picking any of those teams. I like them all for different reasons, but I'd probably lean towards saying Cignetti's a safe bet to go repeat.
Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Network. More pressure on them going into the season to accomplish the almighty. Dan Lanning or Steve Sarkisian?
Oh, Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian for sure. I just think Texas, with where it's the same thing of, basically Texas with their history. When you hire Steve Sarkisian, it comes with an expectation to continue that history. And when Dan Lanning was brought out to Oregon, he was tasked with doing something that no one else has done before, which is to go get that national championship. I just think both teams are, I wouldn't even call it pressure. We talked about this at the desk yesterday, and we had a kind of a long conversation as it applies to Dan Lanning. Like, you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself because only one team can win a national championship, right? Like, that can't be our standard for success or disappointment. I just really think long-term, Dan Lanning, there's going to be a national title brought to Oregon. I just absolutely believe that with him being the head coach there. I think they got a great chance this year, but again, only one team can be there's only one singular national champion.
Yeah, the title or bust stuff can be tough because you can come close. It's really hard to win a national championship in the modern era, and that you don't want that to feel like a failure if you're actually knocking on the door and getting close. You mentioned you couldn't go wrong with the top 3 in the conference, and I agree with you. Like Ohio State, we know how talented they are year in and year out. Oregon's returning a ton of guys, and Indiana just won the damn championship. So you pick any of them, I get it. Is there another team that you truly buy in that can finish? Like, if one of those teams suffers some injuries or things don't go their way, that you think could jump into that top 3? Or do you look at the conference as those 3 gap, then USC, Michigan, so on and so forth? Is that the way you view the Big Ten this year?
Yeah, I do. I just look at the rosters, who's coming back, the coaching staffs. I think it would be crazy to say it isn't, Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, and then a bit of a gap. But it is an interesting conversation, though, because, who is there a 4th team or a 5th team that can sneak into the playoff and compete? And I think those teams I'm looking at are USC, Michigan. They got a brutal schedule there. I'm a believer in Kyle Whittingham, but it's a really brutal schedule. Interested to see Matt Campbell, what he does at Penn State. I think they got their work cut out for them. There's a lot of roster turnover, but the benefit they have, it's a really easy schedule. And that's another thing to just consider when we're talking about these seasons. Penn State, that schedule is extremely manageable. Yeah. They could win 10 or 11 games, and USC might only win 8 or 9 games. That doesn't mean that Penn State's better than USC, though, because USC has a brutal schedule. So there's got to be a little nuance to these conversations. I know we don't like nuance all the time in sports talk, but that's the way I look at it, at least.
Yeah. Big Ten Network analyst Jake Butt, our guest, at JBooty88. We were talking. We actually started the show today. Normally we just kind of like ease into the radio program and say, what'd you do yesterday? Start off with some football today because I'm watching yesterday. I missed a couple of the coaches press conferences. So I had the Big Ten Network on, and I'm rewatching some of the speeches the coaches gave. And admittedly popped about a half gummy taking audio for the radio program here, Jake. And I'm watching, and just it wasn't you. It was the other guys on the desk. And they're basically like, I don't buy Michigan. I don't think the offense is good. And my opinion is I think it's almost a universal truth in college football outside of the blue and maize bubble that we're just expecting Bryce Underwood to suck. And I find it a very odd thing. I'm not a Michigan fan, but I was like finding myself defending the guys. Like, he was a freshman last year. His coach got fired. Let's see what he is with a real coach in Kyle Whittingham. What do you make of year 2 for a Bryce Underwood, the number 1 player who didn't have such a great freshman season for Michigan?
Yeah, well, here's going to be the nuance for you guys. You know, I'll bring the nuanced measured take. Yes, he came in. He was 17 years old when he walked on campus last year in Ann Arbor. Played the season when he turned 18 years old. So, yeah, you know, I get he's a 5-star, but no one was expecting him to go out there and win the Heisman right away. Maybe he might have thought in his own dreams he had a chance at it, but that's just not realistic. And the coaching staff, all the drama off the field in Ann Arbor, it wasn't a situation set up to allow a young, talented kid to flourish. Now, you bring in Kyle Whittingham, Jason Beck, the play caller, Coy Detmer, the quarterback coach. They've kind of insulated him with and surrounded him with quality, proven coaches that should lead to growth. The question is how much growth? And here's the nuanced take, though. It's true Michigan won 9 games last year. I think Michigan could be a significantly improved team. I think Bryce Underwood could be a significantly improved quarterback. And yet, here's the defenses they play. Oklahoma, Iowa, Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State. That's 5 of the top defenses in all of college football. So good luck, good luck. That's where the nuance comes in here. And I just hope for Bryce, don't worry about the outside noise. The question he needs to ask every day is, hey, did I get closer to my goals? Did I get better as a quarterback? And I would say one final thing, guys, is I'm covering Michigan. I called a number of games last year. Bryce is like Cam Newton. I mean, he is a great runner, a big, physical, strong kid. And yet, for whatever reason, the coaching staff last year didn't want to run him. And it became this strange, weird conversation where they weren't really answering questions to the media. That's not going to be the case with Kyle Whittingham. They're going to let Bryce use his legs. I think that's going to unlock another element of confidence, which really should help Bryce flourish.
I would categorize the entire situation in Michigan last year as strange and weird, and that's not just for on the field.
There we go. Yeah.
You know who's not? Kyle Whittingham is not strange and weird. That's why that was such a good hire. We've known Kyle for a long time. Is Luke Fickell at Big Ten Media Days a year from now?
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. He had a really renewed energy to him. I mean, this has been a tough stretch for him. I mean, I've been at the Big Ten Network for 5 years, and every year, pretty much since Fickell got hired at the media days, we pull up their schedule, and we're like, wow, man, Wisconsin, that is one of the toughest schedules in college football. Every year they've went into the portal to get a quarterback, and then every year that quarterback has gotten injured before the season even gets a chance to get going. So you combine that's just a losing recipe. And they kind of lost their identity. But Fickell made a strong comment a few weeks ago to the press saying he is renewed and ready to go attack this season. He wants to get Wisconsin back to a respectable program. And here's the big difference. They have a much more manageable schedule this year. They bring in a quarterback that's a 1,000-yard rusher from last year. I think that's going to help their offensive identity. I think they averaged about 13 points per game on offense last year. I would not be shocked if they doubled that output this year, which should lead to 7 or 8 wins, which would be a huge step forward, which, to answer your original question, I think that leads to Fickell being back here next year.
13 points per game is so bad.
That's terrible.
Not good enough,
Although
right?
they did beat the Huskies with their punter being the leading passer. So, maybe
I just rewatched the end of that game. That was a disaster class. Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Media Days rolling on. Day 2 in Chicago. Dan Lanning is set to speak at about 3 hours and 30 minutes here if the schedule stays with what it is. He's on Twitter at JBooty88. I don't know if I'm just – maybe my co-host and I are stuck in our own little weird Northwest bubble here, and you will disagree with some of the premise of what I'm about to say. But the guy that has a national championship seemingly wins 10 games or better every single season – pierced his nipples, is always in the running. How many more seasons does Ryan Day need to be successful before everybody universally says Ryan Day is an elite coach? Because there is still a part of that, the sports world in college football,
even in their own fan base,
that feels like they don't give him his due, and I don't know what that is about.
I think I don't know who made that comment, but I completely agree. I think it's probably starts from their own fan base more than anything, And if your own fans are, I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. I know I played at Michigan. That city is just, they are rabid about Ohio State football, and sometimes what that leads to is impossible expectations. Like Buckeye fans think that they should win the national championship every single year and the Big Ten title every single year, and that they should go undefeated against every team, and that leads to some impossible expectations. But I will say, I think probably part of this is the early record against Michigan, that loss to Michigan back in 2024 when they went on to win the national title. Like, I think that has kind of been planted into Buckeye fans' minds and maybe clouds their judgment a little bit. But guys, it's back to the other conversation. There's only one national champion every single year. Last year, I'm sure for Buckeye fans, that was viewed as a disappointing season. I get it, but you lost to Indiana and Miami, the two teams that played for the national title. Like, that's not a bad season at all. So, my opinion, he's one of the best 3 to 5 coaches in college football, no doubt.
Yeah, not to mention the fact they could have easily won both those games, too, against Indiana in the Big Ten title game and then Miami in the playoff game. Is there a coach, a storyline, a theme, if you will, that we have not asked about that's high on your interest radar going into the Big Ten that maybe isn't getting the buzz or the credit that you think it should?
Well, I would just say generally, one of the things that's been going on, the SEC media days, they were kind of posturing and politicking and pitching the case for their conference, and then Big Ten fans come back, and one of the topics I've heard is the top of the Big Ten, meaning Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, is better than the top of the SEC, but the middle part of the SEC is better than the Big Ten. I would challenge that, and I think that, one, I would just challenge the history of it, but two, I would point to all the new coaches coming into the Big Ten. Bob Chesney at UCLA, Kyle Whittingham at Michigan, Pat Fitzgerald, Michigan State, Matt Campbell at Penn State. Like that's the meat of your conference right now. That's that next tier down on top of an Illinois or Washington, USC, right? Like the meat of the conference is in a really, really good spot, and it's been really interesting and fun to get to know the new coaches. And excited to hear from more of them throughout the week.
We'll let you go here in just a minute because we appreciate the time. I know it's a busy time for you. You got a lot of work ahead of you today. Washington, they lost their quarterback. They brought him back. It's an odd dynamic. I think a lot of people that aren't players project how they would feel if they were players. I've always thought players don't live in the same world as most fans and media. Jake Butt, you've been a player. You're in the media now. How would Jake Butt, the player, have felt about DeMond Williams leaving and then coming back, and how that whole thing went down, and what is your expectations for the Huskies?
Yeah, I think here's the nuance again. I would be happy that he eventually decided to return because Washington is much better with DeMond Williams under center than they are without him. I also think I would understand as a player he was offered a lot of money, and that's really hard to turn down. He was under a ton of pressure. I would just be happy that he's back throwing me passes, if I was playing tight end for him. And I think my expectations, I played for Jed Fish. I'm a fan of Jed Fish. I think he's building something really solid and special there. And I look back at last season, they were a lot closer than people give them credit for. They were competitive against Ohio State, against Michigan. The big question for me for the Huskies, I think will decide their season, is what they do in the trenches on both sides of the ball. They just, a few injuries here and there really decimated their chances last season. So, looking at the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
There we go. We can't wait for it all to get started in about 3 weeks. That's when things will be getting going for the college football season. Thanks to Jake Butt, and we will hear more from him. Hopefully we can catch up with him when he comes out, if he gets an Oregon game. He usually gets one a year, and we will find out what he thinks once we get into the season. When we come back, well, we had some guest chefs, but right now the cafe is actually closed, little vacation, a chance to clean, do some inventory, fix some things. So I've just got the food truck today. So it'll be a very short, brief service, but there are a few things going on around sports today we wanted to make sure to get to. So I will have a food truck version of the cafe for you when we come back. And then we wrapped up Big Ten Media Days with Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. We'll get to that in this hour. It is Best of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan.
Time to open the door to the Blazers. This is the Blazers Report, brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, Portland's repair and installation experts.
This whole season has a real do you know that we profile as a 58 whip team with Alfredo Camino at the power forward vibe to it.
That's our boy, the homie, Mike Richmond, locked on Blazers. Our own Brandon Sprague, a featured guest throughout the week for the homie. So even though Sprague's not here, he is here. You can check him out. But again, a lot of the conversation is, how is this thing going to fit together for Mike and Nori in his first season with 6 guards, 5 centers, and Tumani Kamara and pick a wing? I don't know how they defeat and get over the projected win total of 43.5. It's going to be a very big challenge. This Blazer Report brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, where they're taking service to new heights. Call Ponderosa today or visit them at ponderosagaragedoors.com.
I'm here with Ken from Ponderosa.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA is rolling out the 2026-2020 schedule this week. Today, they announced the opening week and Christmas Day national television games. The season will start October the 20th. It features the world champion Knicks hoisting a championship banner, then taking on the Sixers, who feature LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. The Celtics and Pistons will precede them. We'll get a noon game on Tuesday, October 20th on NBC, and then the nightcap will be the Thunder and Spurs rematch of the Western Conference Finals. Trailblazers not featured on Christmas Day yet again. It starts with a title rematch between the Spurs and Knicks at MSG. LeBron will go back to L.A. with the Sixers and Lakers, his 21st Christmas Day appearance. Thunder and T-Wolves are in Minnesota. Nuggets and Warriors will round out the night. The NBA Cup schedule will be released tomorrow, and the entire season schedule will be announced Thursday at noon. From the NFL, Cowboys reach an agreement on a 3-year contract extension with defensive tackle Quinnen Williams. It'll be worth up to $105.9 million, 101 of which will be guaranteed. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network. This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
No, I'm not going anywhere today. It's just me, a best of edition, Dirt and Sprague. Dirt will be back tomorrow from his staycation out in Central Oregon. Sounds like everything went fine. Wright Gazaway, our friend from KATU Channel 2, who's doing a bang-up job covering all of the turmoil, trying to get the Moda Center renovations financed, and then if the Blazers ever sit down and hammer out a long-term lease agreement. So he'll be in with us. The city council for Portland has scheduled their vote on the financing package for tomorrow. We'll see if it gets as messy as the county vote was last week. We will have Adam Rittenberg reprising that conversation coming up in a little bit. In the 8 o'clock hour, Greg Oden joined us last week for an entire hour in studio. We'll have that for you. Brooke Olzendam, Tisha Thompson are in the 9 o'clock hour. Brooks actually joined us in the mail sack, so we'll reprise that for you, and then we'll wrap things up. But even though the cafe is closed, we do have the food truck, and there is a little bit of activity out on the street. We set up some chairs, some benches. There's a couple of things here we wanted to get to, so a mini version of the cafe.
Order up! After calling New York, getting it all straightened out, the run is going to score into the inning. 2 runs for Toronto, 1 run for Boston.
That was the umpire, Chris Guccione, trying to explain what took a 16-minute delay to figure out between the Red Sox and the Blue Jays in yesterday's game. It all stemmed from the fact that the scoreboard operator incorrectly had 2 outs up on the scoreboard in the inning when there was only 1. Pop fly to center field was caught. Runner was tagging, or did not tag from third. Everybody thought there was 2 outs, but the runner did cross the plate. A very seldom used, if ever, subsection of a rule came into play, and a 15-minute conversation back with headquarters there in New York before they determined that the run would actually count. I don't know if that scoreboard operator is going to be still having a job, but this is one of the things. Being up in the press box at the Hops, now they have communication. We don't have very good communication, and there's only 2 umpires at that level of the minor leagues. So a lot of times communication between the umpires and the teams is of utmost importance, so everybody understands what's going on the field of play at any given time.
Order up! I have not. I anticipate the next couple of days. I'm kind of going through, they're each going to start a game. How do I want it that way? Does that make sense? Like, it's not that they're each going to start a game. We're still going to go through this week, and next week we're going to have to decide when we practice against the Bills, because then you're not going to just give one practice. You're not going to give one of the quarterbacks the ones. You're going to have to rotate those guys a little bit in the preseason practice. And then after those 2 games, then I think we'll be closer to at least having a better idea. But one's going to start one game and the other one's going to start the other.
That is Cleveland Browns head coach Todd Monken, who might need therapy, getting bombarded with questions every day. Who is his number one quarterback between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson? And basically said they're each going to get a chance to start a preseason game. Boy, he wishes this would go away. More importantly, he wishes somebody would step up and take the reins and be a clear choice so he can be done with it. But week 1 of NFL preseason gets underway this Thursday. There'll be a handful of games. We can finally start piecing together what we're going to be looking at on the field. And, of course, we'll have Seahawks and Cowboys this Saturday for you here on The Fan. For the defending Super Bowl champions to get started.
Making a decision to take a different job, in my opinion, on my side of it, has nothing to do with anything that was said in that special. You have a new circumstance, you have a new decision come up, and you take a different job. You didn't go against things you said of values and principles and anything. 2 things can be right and be true at the exact same time. And again, with age, I've learned that, so I don't argue as much with people. Like, your view can be right and mine too. These 2 things can be right. Those can have been the best 6 years of my life, on field and off the field, especially off the field. And I can have loved Oxford and loved Ole Miss and truly mean that I needed it more than it needed me. And I can have taken a new job. This doesn't mean that didn't happen. The LSU job came open. I liked in the meetings with them how that they were going to give you full control. I liked the way that they had NIL set up to build rosters, not just for the next year, but for years to come.
That, of course, Lane Kiffin in full spin control did a big sit-down with Marty and McGee on the SEC network that aired yesterday. They're doing some big SEC previews for the college football season, but trying to recreate history there, that it wasn't as big a deal as everybody made it out to be. And that just whets our appetite. LSU plays one of the best games on the opening weekend of college football, taking on Clemson. That will be down in Death Valley, 4:30 on ABC. And, of course, we can't wait for their tilt with Ole Miss. That will be September 19th, week 3, their SEC opener, and it should really get the college football season going. But it's always funny for Lane Kiffin to try to talk his way out of the turmoil that he seems to create. So there, an abbreviated cafe for you. Just a couple of things going on around the world of sports. I'll keep an eye on anything else. Of course, the NBA schedules keep rolling out. But when we come back, time to go back, kind of wrap up Big Ten Media Days. Our friend from ESPN, Adam Rittenberg, was kind enough to join us the day after everything concluded. What he took away, how it compared to the SEC, and what he's looking forward to most for this college football season as we continue on with its best of edition. Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan.
The new home of FM and 1080 AM.
Swag back here with you, continuing on this Tuesday Best Of edition. Dirt will be back tomorrow. We'll get into the swing of things. But we wrapped up Big Ten Football Media Days with a conversation with our buddy Adam Rittenberg, national college football writer from ESPN, wondering how he compared the Big Ten's Football Media Days with the SEC's Media Days.
Well, I think it was just the overall pride that's shown in the league. I've covered the league for a long time, and they'll never match the SEC pride, for all that goes into that league and how they play it. But they are certainly excited about what's happened here lately, and even amid all the chaos in college athletics, this has been a very good period for the Big Ten, and it has a chance to continue. The depth at the top of the league is as good as it's been in a really long time, maybe ever. You have a second group of teams that I think have the potential to at least sniff the college football playoff. And I think the investment and the alignment under Tony Petitti, who, again, is a bit of a controversial character outside of the Big Ten, but within the Big Ten, really leads the league well and is very popular among the coaches and administrators. So the Big Ten's in a good place. Like everybody else, there's a lot of changes in the sport, but this has been a much better last 3, 4, 5 years than certainly the previous 20.
Yeah, imagine if they win another one this year too in the conference and get 4 in a row at Big Ten Media Day. Will sound like next year. I think one of the most interesting questions about the Big Ten year in and year out for me is we know there's a group of teams at the top of the conference that are title contenders, right? I think most people this year would say Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State, who are near the top of the odds. The next team is always a fascinating race for me of like, who's next? Does another one get into the college football playoff? Because I think you can make arguments around other different teams in the conference. How does Adam Rittenberg feel about the race to 4th, and how many playoff teams do you think are in the conference this year?
Yeah, I think it certainly 4 is a reasonable expectation, but all these teams need to do work, right? Even the top 3, but certainly those other contenders. I think of the teams that are vying to be 4th, USC may be the most talented and complete, but might have the hardest schedule of those contenders. Whereas Penn State, I don't know how talented they are. They're certainly experienced, and they're very comfortable playing under Matt Campbell because it's essentially his Iowa State team moving over to State College with a few others. But their schedule is really in their favor, right? They don't have Ohio State or Indiana or Oregon. They have USC at home. They have Michigan on the road. Those are some of their bigger games this year. And if they can navigate that, at 10-2, you're going to get in the playoff if you're a Big Ten team in most seasons. So, whether it's them, there's a lot of talk around Washington. Speaking to Jed Fish and Damon Williams Jr. yesterday about their chances to take another step. He's obviously got to play better, Damon, in the biggest games. But Jed Fish telling me he thinks they can have a top 10 defense this year. And if you pair that with a quarterback with the playmaking skills of Damon Williams, you can do some special things and maybe get back to the playoffs. So is it those two? Is it Michigan? Is it Iowa, which has been very close? Or is it another team that maybe can rise up and surprise us like Indiana has the last couple of years?
Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, is our guest here. Big Ten Media Day wrapped up with its last day yesterday in Chicago. He's been covering and following college football and the Big Ten for quite some time. Finding some great work at ESPN.com and on Twitter at ESPN Rittenberg. All right, I'm gonna give you a hard one. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
You have to choose one of these 3 teams to be the most disappointing one that falls out of the race that we don't see coming. Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon.
Wow. It's a tough one because you actually could make an argument for Ohio State, as crazy as that sounds, based on their schedule. They have an incredibly difficult schedule, especially on the road. You're having to go to Texas, having to go to USC, having to go to Indiana, having Oregon at home. I mean, those are all really tough games that I think they probably could have benefited from midway through last season when they were cruising, and then they run into Indiana and Miami in the postseason, and it's over for them. So in some ways, they're going to be really tested, but there's so many games that could potentially go either way for them. It might be Indiana. I think I feel best about Oregon. I'm not just saying that because I'm talking to you guys, but I just think that hey, if they don't, their season is going to be measured by how they do in the playoff, not whether they get to the playoff. If they don't get to the playoff, it's a massive disappointment, and we're asking questions about Dan Lanning and all sorts of things. But with Indiana, again, a lot of new players in bigger roles. Even though Curt Cignetti was clear in saying, hey, these guys have been part of our program for a number of years. You can talk about the JMU guys being gone, but these are the Indiana guys. These guys are used to how we run a program and the standards that we set, and have grown into these roles that now they're going to be the faces of the program. So Indiana, to think they're just going to fall out of the conversation because of who they lost, I think is a little bit naive.
Yeah, it is. Every year we get that. There's a team near the top, and nobody ever, like Penn State, Clemson had a couple cases of it last year in the top 10 with title expectations. You never see it happen, and you just hope it isn't going to be your team. I'll kind of follow up that trend of a question with another one of, you got a list of quarterbacks in this conference that are very accomplished. If you needed to win one game, a Big Ten champion, like I got everything on the line, choose your fighter of Big Ten quarterbacks. Which is the one that you trust the most?
Well, I have a big piece coming out in a few weeks on just kind of quarterback intel that I've collected, and it is a really good group in the Big Ten this year. But I'll tell you that the guy that has gotten a lot of praise around the conference and is seen as a real a potentially high draft pick is Jaden Mayava of USC. He was leading the nation in QBR for much of last year. I think he finished second. So he's super efficient. A lot of big plays. Obviously, he'll be throwing to some new receivers, at least guys that'll be in bigger roles this year. But he's someone who coaches really think has great potential. Obviously, Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, some of these other guys who are coming back are notable as well. But I think in Damon Williams Jr. But I think the buzz around Jaden Mayava as a third-year starter for Lincoln Riley is very real.
What did you make, Adam, of Dan Lanning and the noise coming in about Lanning? Their season obviously doesn't end the way they want the last two seasons against Ohio State and Indiana last year in the playoff. Just the noise about him, the reputation he's kind of accumulated the last two seasons with the way the seasons have ended, and then what he was talking about at Media Day.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of respect for Dan. How can you have to respect the record, the ability to adjust to a new conference the way they have, winning the Big Ten in their first year in the league, and losing only one regular season game in 2 years. But you are ultimately judged by your postseason performance, and it's why. And I'm kind of curious your guys' take. Like, is anyone going to care what Oregon does in the regular season unless they really struggle? Because they're going to get to the postseason, and that's when they have to deliver, and that's when they have to compete at a lot higher level than they did in the Rose Bowl game 2 years ago, and then obviously the Peach Bowl this year. They've got to be in those games, and they've got to win those games, or else, given what he's been given as far as resources and money and staffing and all the different things that Oregon is investing in their program, you do start to question, is he the guy to get them a national championship? Because that's the only thing left for Oregon, right? They've won conference championships, they've gotten to big time bowl games, they've produced NFL players. You've got to win a national championship. And, yeah, that's maybe harsh because only one team does it every year. Mm-hmm. But that's what Dan aspires to do, and that's how he's going to be judged, especially this season when they're seemingly all in. I mean, I look at the national landscape, and I think the two teams to me, guys, that feel like they're completely all in for this season, given who's coming back, are Oregon and Texas. And only one of them can win a national championship. Maybe neither of them will win a national championship. But both of those coaches are under tremendous pressure, rightfully so, to deliver not just a good regular season record or even a conference championship, but in the playoff. That's where they're going to be judged.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up, Adam. We had that debate the other day, and I argued that as an Oregon alum, they threw at me if Oregon goes into the shoe and wins by 14 or 17, right? And it's like an eye-opening result of, oh my God, you dominated. Maybe that changes some of the narrative. But the tough part, to your point from Lanning, is that he's done we've seen him win big regular season games. That's not new. Yeah. He beat Ohio State. He's beaten Penn State. He's won Big Ten championship games. Like there will be, whether you're in the fandom or not, I think there will be that thought in the back of your mind of like, all right, nice win, but let's see it when it matters most because of the way the season ended the last 2 years.
Well, to let you in on our conversation on that, Adam, I think it's a very valid thing, and I think he would know better than I because he's the alum. He roots for him, and we're the home of the Ducks. But I just, as an observer and a sports fan, I also find that a kind of a miserable existence. To like, if Oregon dominates, not being able to go, man, that was awesome. It's like, well, are you going to do that in January? It's like, I don't know. We can only get one title winner a year.
It for sure is.
And look, the whole title or bust thing, I know they did it to themselves, but I've also heard it's like, what's the bust? Are we firing Dan Lanning? He's 39 years old. He's a top 5 recruiter. They're winning 12 games every year. I don't know what the bust part of that is. Certainly the pressure's on him, but I just think there's ranges of opinions on the Dan Lanning Oregon stuff going into the year.
Yeah, and that's fair. And again, you guys know this, and I think nationally, if you really study Oregon, not that it made sense or justified or it excused how they lost the game to Indiana last year, but there were a lot of things working against them. They were not a healthy football team. Their coordinators had already taken Power 4 head coaching jobs. Like, it wasn't ideal. You're going in to face a team that's absolutely rolling in basically a road environment. So I'm not making excuses for them, but I think Oregon can enter the playoff in a better position with this year's team perhaps than they did a year ago. They obviously have to address some of the offensive line departures, but you look at their skill and the depth and having a quarterback like Dante, the number of starts he'll have at that time in his career in college, they should be at their peak. And I don't think last year they were. Certainly 2 years ago, that was a shock, right? I mean, they were an undefeated team. They'd won the Big Ten. They'd already beaten Ohio State. And to get bulldozed like that was wow. I guess in hindsight, I was a little less shocked that it happened with Indiana. But the bottom line is it can't happen again.
Yeah.
Early in Dan's career, it was, wow, he's such a gambler. And, sometimes those gambles, backfired against Washington. But now it's like, oh, God, what's going to happen when he goes into the playoffs? Like, is his team going to compete? And that's the question that has to be addressed here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's a lot of pressure on him to win a national championship this year, as there is for, to your point, Sarkisian, Marcus Freeman's kind of in this category. There's a lot of guys, Mario, who have been close, knocking on the door and haven't been able to do it. If I go to the different level of pressure of like, you need to take a step this year. You need to showcase that you are moving in the right direction. I'm curious who you would put atop that list, because I know Lincoln's getting a lot of that hot seat conversation. I don't know if they fire him or not, but a lot of pressure at USC. Matt Rule's got a comment yesterday. We didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-5. You go 7-5 every year, so that's kind of what you're doing every year. Jed Fish, right, is like, hey, we're not getting enough money. Your quarterback tried to leave. We had to sue him to stay. I'm just like, in that next batch of guys of like, man, it's kind of put up or shut up time. Is it an easy Lincoln Riley answer, or is it more complex than that for you?
No, I think it's Lincoln, right? Because Lincoln has obviously been very open about what he felt was lacking at USC and would come to media days, seemingly year after year and talk about how bad he had it when he arrived. And I don't think he's wrong, but people get tired of that. And one thing that I've appreciated in talking to Lincoln a couple of times this offseason is that he's not talking about what they don't have. He's talking about what they do have and how he feels like they have enough to get to the college football playoff. With the roster, with the way that the program's set up, they obviously brought in an incredible recruiting class, and some of those guys are set to contribute to this year's team. You have a guy like Maiava who hasn't gone on to the NFL and is one of the more experienced quarterbacks in college football. You also have a brutal schedule, and that's what, again, I am confident in saying I think USC is going to win at least one of the 3 games at home in Washington, Oregon, Ohio State. If they can win 2 of those and then split their road games, they're going to the playoff unless they really stumble somewhere else. Now, if they get swept in all those games, we're talking about Lincoln Riley possibly being fired. So that's how important it is for Lincoln. I don't think Jed's on the hot seat. I forget who else you mentioned. I don't think anyone else is necessarily in that same boat.
Matt Rule just got an extension, too, and they probably regret that one right now.
And again, Nebraska, it just, and I feel like I'm always too harsh on them. And I like Matt, and I think Matt's a good coach, but they're just in a different place, right? Like, they're not a program that's ready to compete nationally. And I know they've kind of been foolishly anointed at this time of year, even by some of my colleagues. I won't mention their names, but they're just not there. Like they're not there. They've been a horrible Big Ten team. And now they're, at least, getting out of that horrible phase and being average. But their time in the Big Ten has been a disaster. And there's just no other way to minimize it. And it's Matt's job to get them out of that, and he's trying, and maybe last year was a mini step, but until they're winning 8-9 games a year, I don't really pay a lot of attention to them.
Yeah. Kurt Signetti, we'll wrap it up here, Adam, because we appreciate the time. I know you've had a busy couple days here and get back to the old family time and working on some of those stories that we look forward to reading. Kurt Signetti had a funny line where he basically said, my wife's been bossing me around. I'm ready to boss other people around. He's ready for the season. It's nice to have some unplugging time, some not as much pressure-packed time. And I know the media, you're always constantly working, but your downtime is obviously there's a period there. Are you as desperate for football as we are, to the point where we found out and we've already gotten excited about a September 12th football game at 12:30 between Mississippi State and Minnesota, because P.J. Fleck has never played an SEC team ever, and he's out there at Big Ten Media Day popping off on the SEC versus Big Ten stuff, and now we're excited about Mississippi State and Minnesota. Do you have something like that for yourself in terms of where you're at right now?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, there's a number. I mean, I'm excited for UCLA Cal, the opener, Bob Chesney, all the excitement around him. And Tosh, obviously, a guy that you guys are connected to, going back to Berkeley, where I grew up and started kind of fell in love with college football. So, yeah, the best part about covering college football is the college football season. The college football offseason is not a lot of fun. I get asked a lot of things that not you guys, but other hosts think are important, and I don't think the fans care. So the fans care about teams and games and transfer portal and some of the things that are really fun to talk about, new quarterback battles and so forth. So yeah, this is the best time of year. It was funny. I was talking to Sig, and he was like, "Yeah, we were down in Hilton Head, and my 3 grandkids are there, and someone got sick, and then someone's yelling, and all I wanted to do was get back to the office to watch film and, with my old crappy projector, which he still has in his office." So you can just picture, being in Hilton Head with Sig and how miserable he must have been.
We can't wait for it. North Carolina, TCU in Dublin, 9 a.m. Saturday, August 29th. That is the first game for the college football season. We move on to Greg Oden. He was kind enough to join us in studio last week for an entire hour. We run the gambit of his career, what he thinks of the Blazers, being 7 feet tall, all of that as this best of edition. Dirt and Sprague continues on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
After calling New York, getting it all straightened out, the run is going to score into the inning. 2 runs for Toronto, 1 run for Boston.
That is umpire Chris Guccione there on Blue Jays TV, Rogers Network. Yes, there was a 16-minute delay for a goofy end to a half inning because the scoreboard operator had the wrong number of outs up, had their 2 outs, pop fly to center field. There should have been a tag situation. Everybody on the field thought there was 2 outs. There was only 1. Come on, scoreboard operator, be better than that. As you have a slow drain, is it bothering you? Well, they can clear your stubborn drain with accessible clean out for only $59. That's right, just $59 with our friends at 3 Mountain Home Services. You can schedule online, 3mountainhomeservices.com. They make home services delightful.
Hey, everybody, Sprague here. Is that slow drain starting to bother you?
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA rolling out its upcoming schedule for the season today, starting with the opening week national TV games and Christmas Day games. Season starts Tuesday, October 20th, a triple-header on NBC, highlighted by the world champion New York Knicks, hosting LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and the new-look 76ers. Trailblazers for a 10th consecutive season not featured on Christmas Day, but LeBron will make his 21st Christmas Day appearance when the Sixers visit his former team, the Los Angeles Lakers. From the NFL, Cowboys and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams agreeing on a 3-year contract extension. $101 million guaranteed, $105.9 million total. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network. Dirt and Sprague continues.
So your wife tells you something. I need to know, where are we going with this?
Andy Dirt Johnson.
She said, you know what I think we should contemplate buying? She wants to put our kid on a leash.
Brandon Sprague.
It's like seeing a tiger in a zoo. You just feel awful for it.
More Dirt and Sprague.
Look, she's an unbelievable mom. She carries all the weight in our family. I have to preface all this because she says I only throw her under the bus on the air.
So you just threw her under
on the Fan Sports Network.
Swag here with you halfway through this best of edition as Dirt and Sprague's vacations overlapping by a day. Sprague headed to Southern California. Dirt will be back tomorrow from Central Oregon. We got Wright Gazaway on the schedule tomorrow. Brady Henderson will join us Thursday to preview the first Seahawks preseason game this Saturday right here on the Fan against the Cowboys. But last week, Greg Oden was in town at a leadership conference here and was kind enough to join us in studio for an hour. We wanted to reprise that for you. Stevie Brackets was sitting in as Dirt was already on vacation. It was great to see him. He's looking fantastic and got his thoughts on his career, current state of youth basketball coming up, as well as what he's got planned for the future. Here it is, an hour with Greg Oden.
It's great to have you in studio. We talked with you a couple months ago on the phone, and that was a great chat. How you been? And thanks for coming in studio, man.
Thank you. As I said, y'all radio people can't see me, but YouTube you can. I was not prepared for this. I did not know I was going to be on camera.
You look great, though, dude. I mean, come on.
Yeah, for a guy who's not a morning person.
You're not a morning person. I was going to ask you that.
I am not.
Okay.
I don't know why. Well, mostly because I'm a night owl. You know, I don't go to sleep till sometime after 1.
Oh, really?
Even when I'm not doing anything, it's just I just don't sleep till 1. So
you brought in the Ohio State gear, and I love that because we're the home of the Ducks, and now it's football season for a lot of people. And we got this Ohio State-Oregon thing brewing locally for people. They hate your Buckeyes, and the Buckeyes have beaten them in the playoff. And how much into college football does Greg Oden get?
Whenever we win. You know, I am from Indiana, so it was bittersweet. I had a friend that went to IU and played football there, but I was still hurt when, you know, they beat us Buckeyes in the Big Ten championship. So.
Well, that's kind of the thing now. I feel like Oregon and Ohio State to build this rivalry, but does Ohio State even care about Oregon at this point? I feel like Oregon hates Ohio State more than Ohio State would hate Oregon.
Oh.
Like Ohio State seems like they're just
Well, of
they're
course
better.
They would hate Ohio State more because we're better.
That's what I'm saying. Like Oregon's
so
trying to get to
they're
that
still
level.
like chasing us, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, no.
Look, you guys had a lot of success when you were at Ohio State. Like, what is that like on a campus when your basketball team was as talented going into the season as many thought it would be, paired with the football program kind of being a blue blood of the sport? Like, what is that like on a campus?
Honestly, at a football school to me, it was perfect because no matter what we did, even with all the highs, football was still had all the eyes on them. So, you know, it kind of felt like we were under the radar, and I kind of liked that, you know, especially having all that pressure coming in as like one of the top recruiting classes. Still, no matter what we did, it was always eyes on football, and, you know, we both made it to the national championship in 2007. So
I know, that's an insane thing to have happen. How many crossover friends, like, were you guys pretty friendly football guys, basketball guys?
Yes, very much so. I think we had a good relationship because football always still knew they were number one. So, you know, they had no fight from us. So.
They just want, just a couple more eyeballs on the basketball team. That's all good. Yeah, I mean, talk about that recruiting class. Just, you and Conley obviously were the headliners of it, growing up together, all that. Like, Was that kind of like a package deal, you guys, back in the day, or?
It wasn't an official package deal, but definitely we've played almost every basketball game together from 6th grade till we got drafted together. So
you guys kind of grew up together thinking like we're going to go play high school, play all this stuff together all the way to college.
I mean, we made the best decision for ourselves, but it just worked out that we went to the same school, and it definitely worked out for Mike very much.
He's still balling today, man.
Year 20. I'm happy for
That's
him.
crazy.
I've never met Mike. I've only talked with you now. This is the second time meeting you in person for the first. Like, you guys just both come off as very chill. Like, in the recruiting process, thinking like we want to be at the same school together. Like, was there ever a divide of where, like, did he like this place a little bit more versus like was it just Ohio State the whole way?
No, I mean I think he really wanted to go to Wake Forest, and I really like Wake Forest too. I think when the eyes kind of looked, Chris Paul was leaving.
Yeah,
it kind of made sense for us to go a place that we felt comfortable at, and I think that Mata in Columbus was the right place for us.
Was Skip Prosser still at Wake Forest at that point? Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that was a good program, man. You could have replaced Tim Duncan. He could have replaced CP3.
It was actually a really good program.
Yeah, they kept it going for a little bit too. Yeah. Teague and Aminu and all those guys.
But you guys made the right choice. You got to the Natty. I mean, what are we doing here?
I mean, we did something right.
Yeah, you did. Greg Oden, our guest in studio. He's going to be at PDXYZ event. He was there yesterday, and he's going to be there again today.
Yeah, Greg, I want to ask you about this. So, reading the internet of basketball, it's the worst. Like, seeing fans and teenagers and old heads, we all kind of argue about things. Like, my point of view is like it's so hard to compare generations and eras of basketball because the game has changed so much. Like, when you came out, there was a post game, right? There's no real post game anymore. But I love to try to think of like guys that played in the past and who they would compare to now. Like, for me, Larry Bird, if he came into the league now, he'd be like Luka. He'd be like Luka Doncic. He'd be a point guard, have the ball, handle it all the time. I feel like Shaq would be like Giannis. Like, they'd let him dribble the ball a bit because he could move back in the day. Like, if Greg Oden were going into the 2026 NBA draft and he's preparing for the NBA, how do you think your game would translate? And like, what would you add to your game, or would you kind of say the same? Would you just be defensive-minded center that's just going to dominate that side of the ball?
Well, I mean, if I was able to dominate like I played, which was kind of, I'm not going to say Shaq, but Shaq-ish.
Right. Yeah.
I would definitely do that because these centers these days are a little
like
skinny.
You would still try to be posting up.
Yeah, I would still try to be posting up. I mean, even though Jokic can shoot the three and he can ball handle, I mean, most of his points is in the paint, just shooting right over somebody with that little floater,
That dude jumps 6 inches off the ground and nothing happens. He's always
going to
get it.
I mean, he's Sabonis in his prime from what I hear.
Yeah.
I just think he's one of the best out there. I think Embiid, when he's healthy, when he's in shape, he'll shoot the three, but he'll also take you down in the post and dominate you in the post. I think those are the two best right now. Obviously, Anthony Davis, when he's healthy as the bigs, those are just the guys. But I like he just got traded to the Pacers, Zubac.
Oh, Zubac, yeah. He was good on the Clippers. Yeah.
I think as an old school center, for me, somebody with touch, somebody that's just going to be solid, somebody that can't be pushed around, who can definitely command a defense. I think somebody like that, just adding a three to that game would be something.
So would you look to add a three to your game if you?
I mean, you would have to add the top of the key in the corner threes. I just think that's just a must these days, especially to spread the floor out.
And you had the touch back then, dude, too.
I mean, I did. I just never shot threes.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, why would I shoot threes if I can just dunk on you?
I mean, yeah, it's hard to beat that.
And then, with the injuries, I never really had the chance to kind of solidify my game to the point where I can actually expand it because I was never really playing enough to actually dominate, before I can be like, all right, let me expand because I see where I'm at now. So, I mean, I can see myself expanding, but I never had that opportunity.
I think two centers I would think of, and what you're talking about, Stephen, with what Greg is also saying is like the idea of what a player is when they come in the league, and then if they're there for a certain length, evolving into something different, like
Brook Lopez.
Marc Gasol, like two guys that they did not shoot threes. Like, go look at the difference between 1 year Brook, he shot like 1 3 a game, and the next year it was like 8. And it was like from then on he became a 3-point specialist. Yeah. It's a wild way of evolving. I find on the internet stuff, also television, I don't know what it is about basketball. I love basketball. I've watched it my whole life. I don't know what it is about the sport that lends itself to, I think, the most ridiculous conversations in how we cover or talk about a sport. from a media standpoint, the ESPN shows, is this guy a GOAT? Is this guy clutch? Is this guy a bum, a bust, a whatever? Like, they don't cover it the way they cover other sports. And I've always found that very odd about basketball.
You know, I actually saw something earlier this week, and I think it was surrounding Caitlin Clark. Somebody asked her like a political question, and then that was a big debate, and it was just like, you know, you don't do that to anybody else. You know, you don't go to Bobby Flay and ask him what his political views are, you know. But when it comes to basketball, it's always, no, you need to answer this. You need to talk about this.
Yeah.
And it's like, why is that, you know?
Yeah, what is it about that sport? It's even former players. Like, you have former players that'll kind of crap on the modern-day players, and I don't know what that is. Why don't they support it more? Or, like, why don't they, like, lend a voice behind, like, advocating for the players in the league? Like, it just feels like it's a lot of former players who are, I don't know, maybe not jealous is the right term. Bitter or some, I don't know what it is, man. But there's a weird thing around the way the league is covered, even by former players, where they're constantly saying, well, he's not good enough. He needs this guy. He needs that guy to save him. It's just an odd dynamic.
You always need the drama. I just think, I don't think it's particularly coming from the former players, like, this is the attack that I want to do.
Yeah.
I can think of one, but I don't speak of him. He did football. He's terrible. But, you know, I just think the guys, I mean, it's coming up from the higher-ups.
Yeah.
I mean, as you've seen with ESPN and those guys getting fired, if, you know, they start getting a little bit of influence, you know, and you can start dictating your own narrative, higher-ups is like, nah, we got to control that. So, I mean, it's coming from somewhere. I don't think it's necessarily coming from the players.
Gotcha. Greg Oden in studio joining us.
That's why I love what you're saying right now, because, like, you're paying respect to all the guys that play now, but you're also like, dude, if I played, I'd still be great too. Like you understand, it's just like, I was awesome back then, but I'd be great now, where a lot of people are like, nah, like, if you couldn't play in the 2000s, you couldn't play now. And it's so weird to be, like you're saying, Brandon.
It does go that way too, where it's like those guys weren't good enough to play in a certain era.
Like, they couldn't handle the toughness, they couldn't handle the physicality. It's like, no, like, the game has evolved. You love Embiid, you love Jokic, but also, you stick me out there, I'm going to be great as well.
I'm pretty sure guys will evolve. I mean, obviously LeBron playing in basically 3 different decades, you know. I think your game can evolve, and the type of players, I mean, once you make it to the pros, I mean, you're one of the best in the world. So I think you can withstand, you know, evolving your game.
What was that like playing with LeBron?
It was fun.
Yeah.
Believe me, I've never seen a more talented person, and I just mean individual, like as a human being. And then when you go on the court, I've seen him do things I've never seen before on a basketball court, and still being one of the nicest human beings and one of the busiest human beings in the world.
Do you think that was peak LeBron, the Heat LeBron, or is it when he was in Cleveland?
I always say that Miami LeBron was a creative player. Like, I think Miami LeBron was probably that 4 years was probably one of the best 4 years you could possibly do as a player. But to add the 3 to his game, the maturity, the way he actually game managed, I thought LeBron was, you know, when he got to Cleveland, I think that's how you bring a championship to
the second Cleveland
Ohio.
one. Is he talking about the second Cleveland run?
Yeah, second Cleveland
Yeah, that's
run.
my favorite LeBron, I think. It felt like he had unlocked. He'd gone through the loss of the Maverick thing, won the title, came up short, and then it just felt like his brain had unlocked so many aspects of basketball, and he still had all the kind of the prime.
I mean, he was, 8 years going to the finals in a row? I mean,
It's insane.
That's a lot of basketball, and actually a lot of not time off. You know, most guys, when the season's over, you know, take that little break. But for him, playing all the way into June every year, and then some years having the Olympics, I mean, he basically never got out of shape. I mean, to have that type of discipline, you know, for all these years, 23 now, I mean, it's just amazing.
And high intensity games, too.
Yes. I mean, everybody say he had a down year, averaging 20 and 7 and 6 or
At
something
age,
like that.
That's a career year for 90% of the league. It's insane.
Career year? What? I would feel like I'm a Hall of Famer just doing that 1 year.
Touche. That's a good point. Greg Oden joining us in studio. You coached for a little bit. Do you like the way, just as somebody who grew up in one era of playing basketball and training, the way I guess the sport has evolved, and seeing the way that we play the game, like how much you enjoy watching it?
Oh, I definitely enjoy watching the game. I've been a fan of basketball, even more of a fan since I retired. And I thought I was going to take that time and be like, I'm not watching basketball, but honestly, I was watching NBA TV and ESPN all day, like the next day, like all day. So, but on the coaching aspect, I think in college and high school, it's a lot going on with NIL. I think it's the motivation for these kids. It's all about money. I think motivation for the parents is all about money. I think these kids are not going to the right schools because some of them are getting money grabs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think they're thinking about their development or developing as a young human instead of trying to get as much money as possible and then transferring 3-4 times. I know now the new rule, you got 5 years, but, you know, you transfer 4 times in 5 years, you know, at some point it's you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't care if it's the money grab. Are you still paying your taxes from your old school in that state? Are you going to get the opportunity? Are you getting better? And now because you're getting paid, are you still going to fight to try to be the best player you want to be, to go overseas, to try to make it to the pros because you're already getting paid? So where is that fire to be better and do something else?
Now, you were the number one overall pick, so it may be a little different. But if you were in college now, would you think about staying a second year because of NIL and the money that you can get playing at college?
Yeah,
I definitely would have considered it.
Guy.
I mean, I honestly considered it before.
Yeah.
You know, I actually went to coach and was like, we got this close. Like, what are we going to do about running it back? And he was like, dude, you're going to be the number one pick. I can't allow you to stay here. Like, I wouldn't.
So you would legit think about for sure staying at least 2 or 3 years.
100%. Like, I always wanted to be that guy that when I went back to my college, that when I looked in the program, I had some records in there. You know, I can always go back no matter what and be like, hey, this dad was all right. You know, you see my name here. So I always thought about that, but that's how I looked at it. You know, bringing something to a university, a lasting legacy, but that was just me at that point.
Yeah.
You know,
but you kind of had to go at this point. I mean, to be a number one overall pick, you
got to. I mean, take advantage of that. Right. It doesn't happen a lot in a lifetime.
We thought we were going to have you yesterday until the flight got delayed, so we were going to play a game called Stat or Story. So we give a number, and you got to guess, is that a stat or is that a story related to that number?
Okay.
And we were going to play a U edition.
Okay.
And our producer, Jason, over there, he came up with, he kept his. I took mine out because you weren't here. He kept his. Can you guess the highest amount of blocks you ever recorded at Ohio State in your season there? Do you know that number, top of your head?
8.
Ooh.
College Basketball Reference had it at 7.
7.
Do you know what game it was?
No.
Michigan.
Oh, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right.
They were terrible.
That's a good one.
That's a good game to have.
That's a good one to do.
That's a
You
great
know,
one to do.
I feel good about myself.
7 blocks, 7 rebounds.
7 blocks, 7
Beating
rebounds.
Michigan.
Oh my gosh, I was a terrible rebounder.
Well, you mentioned like kids and parents and stuff, and I just started coaching youth basketball a couple years ago, so like I've started to see some of what you're talking about at a lower level. I also remember reading about you in magazines before you got to Ohio State. You were on TV a lot, and you're kind of at not the forefront per se, but you were in the real swing up era of AAU and like kind of people hearing about you through summer camps and tournaments and whatnot. Like, did you even feel it then as a younger person, like what it was kind of becoming in the ecosystem of it versus even what it's become now in the last 20 years?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
I think I was a little bit sheltered. In Indiana, I got to notice a lot of things, but I didn't notice how big and, across the nation a lot of these things were. For me, being on the Slam magazine, it was just about like showing my boys, being hype, but not thinking about, this is going all the way across the country, actually across the world. And people are seeing you there, and I'm 17 years old on the cover of that. I honestly didn't really think about that till just now, which is crazy. Like
dude, I read about you, and you had no idea I existed.
I
It was
know.
just like, this cat's dominating high school basketball right now.
Hey, that was literally my life. But you see, as we talk about youth sports, like at that time, I just worried about playing basketball and being a student and being a kid. And I think that's what a lot of these kids are missing. It's all about what can this NIL do. A lot of parents living through their kids. The one thing that I hear a lot of coaches say is, let the coach and you be the parent. You can be there in the sidelines trying to tell your kid what to do, but if you're going to do that, you might as well coach them. Let the coach actually be the coach and let them have their ups and downs. But they also going to need their parent once that game's over. So please put more effort into being the parent instead of being the coach on the sideline.
Dude, I'm going to clip this up because I have 2 kids, 11 and 7, and it's like you see that all the time, just these parents out in the crowd acted like they know what they're doing. It's like, go out and coach them then. Like
Exactly.
if you know what you're talking about, go do it. And you hear these athletes like you as a high-level athlete, you're saying, dude, just let them go play. Let them have some fun. Let them figure it out themselves and stay out of it, and it'll be a lot more better experience.
I mean, they're going to need your support as a parent more than anything.
I've never been more tested than being in the middle of a game and somebody's dad is literally behind me. Shoot!
Are you going to go in the stands and hand them the
I
clipboard?
mean, I wanted to, but I knew him too well, and I was like, she's double team, dude. Stop saying shoot the ball.
That's the thing. You know these parents, too. Like, you're friends with them outside
do.
of it. You're like, I need you to shut up here. But,
but I don't want to tell you to shut up.
Yeah, I can't tell you, but I want to.
More with our conversation from Greg Oden last week here in just a moment as we continue on. Best of Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the 2026-2027 NBA season will start Tuesday, October 20th with a triple header on NBC. The highlight, the middle game at 4 o'clock. The Knicks raise a championship banner, then take on LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and the new-look Sixers. Christmas Day games released as well for a 10th consecutive season. The Blazers will not be featured. LeBron James will play his 21st year on Christmas night, heading back to L.A. to face the Lakers with his Sixers. To the NFL, Cowboys reach an agreement on a 3-year contract extension with defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, worth up to $105.9 million, $101 of which will be guaranteed. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network. This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Swag hanging out with you on this Best Of edition. We continue our hour-long reprisal of our conversation with Greg Oden, who joined us in studio last week, and we pivot towards what he thinks of this Blazer roster and just how successful they could be.
Since I was a little, I got to be honest with you, if we ever got into a physical tussle, you'd probably handle me in less than 10 seconds. It'd be over. I was a little like wanting to fight Greg Oden for not telling me he used to smoke cigarettes and get $1 million in China and telling a different podcast
my
that.
gosh.
Did you know how viral that went? That went crazy viral that you smoked cigarettes 80 times a day and got $1 million tax-free.
Well, first off, it wasn't 80. It was a pack a day, though. It was a pack a day.
You still dabbling in the heaters? You still smoking? No. Okay. All right. All right.
First off, the ones over here ain't like over there.
Really?
Over there, you hit it 3 times, it's gone. Over here, you hit it 50 times, and it's still almost done.
Now, you were in China. I went to Vietnam in 2019, and I noted going to like their version of 7-Eleven.
Mm-hmm.
They sell cigarettes in Vietnam. I don't know if it's like this in China. On the cover of the cigarette is not the company. It doesn't say Marlboro. There's not a Camel on there. It is a person that has lung cancer or their jaw is removed or they're smoking out of a hole. They like have photos of these people to like get you to not smoke. It's a very weird tactic or policy that they have.
I think it's smart. I mean,
it is smart, but it was
get something with a person with a hole in their throat. I think you might want to change your mind. Like, I probably shouldn't do this one.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great story, though. I really enjoyed listening to that. But we got Gregory Oden in studio, PDXYZ event. Can we talk a little Blazers with you?
Yes.
We've made a lot of waves. We got El Cheapo is the owner. We traded for Ja Morant, a move that nobody here saw coming because we all thought, okay, they got Dame coming back, Drew, Denny, Scoot. We're going to go wing. We're going to add a 3-and-D wing guy, somebody good. Trey Murphy out of New Orleans is an example. And they went and got Ja Morant. That was a pivot nobody saw coming. And now we're also in the middle of funding an arena renovation. The arena was built in 95, and it's really old, and they want the renovations. They don't want to put any money in. It's just... Welcome to the S-Storm of Portland Trailblazer offseason basketball. Have you dove in or heard any of the stories that I have mentioned? The Ja Morant trade, maybe, the funding issue with Moda Center. Just a lot going on here.
Well, I've heard it all. I know a little bit about the funding situation. Do you want the Blazers? You guys own it.
We do.
I would love it, yeah.
I'm in on the funding.
But I actually saw a couple articles that went the opposite way when they were like, oh, is Portland more financially stable without the Blazers? And I was like, did you actually read this article before you put it out? Like, is that not what Portland is?
I mean, it is
kind of the Trailblazers.
It is the Trailblazers.
All right, so I mean, I think you gotta put up the money. You know? And it would be good if you guys can meet halfway with the new owner, but I don't.
He won't meet with us. That's the other part. Is the city officials, I think, have pissed him off to the point we don't even see him. He's not here.
Oh, gosh.
He's like in Dallas. He doesn't go to the city.
He's a Texas guy. He didn't leave.
Even this hockey team, he's not in Raleigh, North Carolina very much. He's always in Dallas.
Okay. All right.
He's very hands-on but not seen owner. It's a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that is very interesting. So with that being said, then what are we talking about? So it seems like he has all the power, and it's like either we're going to put money up or not.
It feels that way, but also like I don't think he has anywhere to go with them. Like I think he would like to move them as the threat, and he's obviously using it, but I don't. What city would take him? Because Nashville is Memphis territory. That owner won't vote for it. San Antonio has Austin. They're not going to vote for that.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to a guy in Kansas City. They haven't really had the discussions. There's $600 million in the hole for the Royals Stadium. The Chiefs are there. Like, they got their own issues, and their arena's kind of old.
The Chiefs building a new stadium.
Yeah,
too,
but
right?
they're building it in
Missouri.
Kansas.
Or is it in Kansas?
Yeah, I always did the Kansas City,
Yeah.
Missouri thing.
Yeah.
So they got that. Outside of that, dude,
And then Seattle and Vegas are going to be expansion teams.
that's too much money to bypass.
Oh, really?
So he's got nowhere to really take them, but also you're right. He's got the leverage of
you
are
want the
city.
Blazers? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, how much more in taxes is that for everybody?
Well, so some of it is the jock tax, but he's also he was asked why he's not putting the money in, and he said, well, me buying the team was the sign that I put money in, and also I'm paying a lot in taxes in Oregon, so he doesn't feel he needs to put anything in. That was his reasoning.
I mean, you have to pay taxes anyways.
Oh, but in Oregon, it's a little different, Greg. I don't know if you've heard that.
I mean, I haven't in a long time, so please explain to me.
It's just a high price to him, the taxes he has to pay here versus other places.
Yeah.
So
let's talk about some more fun, like on the court stuff. Let's get away from that.
You don't want to talk about arena renovations?
I want to hear what Gregory thinks about Ja coming to Portland.
I am excited about Ja. I'm a big Ja Morant fan.
Yeah.
I think this is a fresh start for him. I think with Nike being here, just having some stability, having a city, that loves basketball and he loves the hoop. I think it can be a really good fit. I know we are a little guard heavy, but I think this is an opportunity for him to kind of change his game a little bit and probably add a little bit more defense. I mean, I can see him averaging 2.3 steals a game. That would be big time and show a little bit more to his game. But also, I know we talked about it's a possibility him coming off the bench. But what second unit is going to stop Ja Morant? Like, giving him that opportunity just to come in and just dominate and then have the ball in his hands, and it would be a whole different look to that offense.
How does that mindset change you, though, of being a guy like Ja who was, they're trying to push him as the face of the NBA for a while there. Mm-hmm. If he's come off the bench, how does your mindset change from being the star to now the sixth man?
I mean, we have some six mans that actually have been stars on their team, and we're talking about Jamal Crawford and the Lou Wills,
Ginobili's.
Yeah. I mean, Ginobili's freaking all-star.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that year that Kawhi won his first MVP, I thought that was Manu Ginobili's MVP.
Yeah.
I was on the other side with the Heat, and it was like we would be up by 2 or 3, then Manu would come in, and then we would be down by 10 within like 3 minutes. And it was just like that's a type of guy that, you're going to add a piece to a team, just flourish in your role. And I think that's the opportunity that Ja has. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's starting or if he's coming off the bench. Whatever they ask you to do, what's going to be best for the team. I think with Dame's leadership, hopefully, that can come in, and he can kind of, I'm not saying fall in line, but I think he can commit to the team in that aspect.
Well, I mean, you mentioned in the last segment, playing and being with LeBron, and you talked about like the leadership aspect of all that, D Wade there, whatnot. But like, I am curious as somebody that's never been in the locker room, and you have both in the leadership, face of a franchise, and then also as a role guy. Like, what a locker room dynamic really looks like when you have a guy like Ja, who a lot of people speculate, is he changed? Is he going to be different? Is he going to be okay off the court? All that stuff that people have brought up. But like in the locker room, you've got Drew Holiday and Damian Lillard. Those are two as respected leaders or, locker room team guys, I think, as you can come across in the league. Like the real impact kind of that stuff can really have versus how we just talk about it when we're not in it.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, I mean, we all don't really know Ja Morant like that. You know, we can speculate all the stuff that happened, but we're all not sitting in the locker room. We're not at home. We're not having conversations with him like that. You know, we don't know his true character like that. So he can be totally different. The narrative could just change. So we don't know what type of person he is. I know when I've met him before, he was actually a really good dude, a really stand-up human being, somebody that gave it all to that Memphis Grizzlies, to that franchise. And I think this opportunity, you know, and all the stuff that he went through, hopefully was humbling, and that he can become that guy that was almost the face of the franchise, face of the league, you know, and that type of player again.
Mm-hmm. Coming to a place like Portland, like, you're kind of a big fish in a small pond, right? Like, this is all we kind of got are the Blazers. And so we really focus on it, and it could be a positive and a negative, but like, how do you think Ja can use that and use it as like a positive to maybe, you know, like you said, not fall in line, but maybe get a little more mature? Do you think that could actually help him by coming to Portland and having it be like, hey, you know what? This is what we're focused on right here in Portland. Like, we love the Blazers. We want you to get better. Do you think that could help him going forward?
I mean, if you guys make the playoffs, you know, get the first round, you know, get to the second round possibly. I mean, I think, honestly, that's all he really needs to change the narrative. Get on the team and win and not have any problems, you know. That's the simple thing that he could possibly do.
What do you think of the team, just out of curiosity, with Dame, Drew, Scoot, Ja, and then you've got Tamani Kamara, Denny Ob. It's just it's they obviously have talent, but also it's a kind of an interesting roster construction of a lot of guards and centers.
Yes, so I love, when I think about it now, you got Drew, you got Klingon, Kamara. So you do got three defenders. Now you got Shohan. He's another defender coming off the bench. Grant, when he wants to turn it on, he's a great defender, you know. But now I think about it, you guys got a lot of offensive power. And I just think, especially in the West, with them adding LaMelo and Ant Edwards together, I mean, a lot of these teams are just, I mean, freaking Utah is going to have a squad that's going to go out there and score, you know, 115 a game, you know. So I just think you need that offensive firepower. And when I think about it, you guys do got some really good defenders that can hold down the fort. God willing, everybody stays healthy. So that's when I say, you know, it would be great to see Ja kind of put a little bit more dedication to the defensive end of the floor. That would just add so much more to his game and just a whole nother dynamic to this team that a lot of people wouldn't see.
Yeah. We got one more segment with Greg Oden in the studio. Let's wrap it up. I got one more Blazer question I want to ask you, and then tall person questions I kind of curious about.
Okay, that works.
Does anybody ever ask you about tall stuff?
They asked me what the air is like.
So lame.
That's not the questions I have. Yeah. No, those are different questions. When they reach out to you to see if you want to be a speaker, do they say, hey, we're interested in having you here? Do you say, what do I talk about? Or do you say, oh, I can come up with something? Like, do you have an idea of exactly what you're doing at the event going into it?
Well, going into it, you know, I got to know what they want their audience to come across, you know, and then that way I can make a decision. If that's something that I know and that I speak about or that I can relate to, then I'll agree to it. But I'm honored that they brought me out here. It's a lot of people. I like to shout out Teresa Tran. She's big time. She does a lot of things. I've known her for a long time. Actually, she's done some work with Nike. She helped put on my 21st birthday party here in Portland, and she's actually speaking she's speaking probably right now at the event, and she's just been awesome. I think for anybody that wants to come out and meet people in and throughout sports, I think this is a great event, and I'm happy to be able to speak.
What goes into planning a 21st birthday for an NBA player? Just that, like, is there a lot of like yes, no, or does she just do it and you show up?
I think it was a lot. I just showed up.
Yeah.
I mean, only thing I wanted to do was tell my mom I'm a grown man. And I did. Yeah. With a lot of explicit words in that.
Okay. One more Blazer question for you. When you think about them in the West, because we have this monster in San Antonio who is an alien. First of all, what would you do if you're playing a Wemby? Like, if it's
how you guard him?
Like, yeah, what is the strategy? Because you were You look like you've lost a little bit of weight from your playing day. Like, you were a big dude. Like, are you just bullying him because he's tall and skinny?
I mean, you have to. I mean, that's what Mitchell Robinson did.
Yeah, he did.
You just took advantage of him and, made sure you pushed him under the basket, and then you got the rebound and made him foul you. But on the defensive end, it's hard. Guards, you got to come up. You got to switch too. I mean, I know you're shorter than him. He can shoot over you, but that's the best thing you can possibly do is just not let him get to the basket, because once he starts getting those dunks and those alley-oops, that momentum changes and that team just starts playing a little differently.
Yeah. So how do you like Portland in terms of where they stack up with OKC, San Antonio, Denver, Minnesota? Like, the Lakers still have Luka. They're going with the Snowtime Lakers now. They got all white guys. Like, how do you put Portland in the pantheon of the West right now? Just looking at it on paper, I guess.
You can be honest.
Be honest. We're not going to
those honestly, right now, those teams that you just said are probably ahead of Portland.
And you got Utah going to come up. Dallas, I think, is going to get better with Kyrie now. Like,
You forget about Phoenix.
Yep.
Yeah, they just signed Dylan Brooks to an extension. So yeah. Okay, great.
No, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
No, we still didn't. We still didn't mention the babyface assassin up in Golden State. Yeah. So
can't forget.
Yeah, it's a tough conference. But honestly, I love what Denny did last year. I thought he was just amazing. I thought the step that Donovan made was big time. Shaden, Scoot, I'm looking forward to him. I seen him been putting in work. I saw him this summer. He looked really good, and he was really excited and motivated. I think just the team's hungry, and I'm excited to see what they do. I'm excited to see what that next step is, and then to add Ja into the mix. I hope it makes us a little bit more exciting, and we can, take that to even further.
You're a coach. I think, like, you've coached before. Do you ever get the urge to reach out to guys to give them thoughts, or do you not do? Like, if Donovan Clingan, do you see him and he's trying to develop an offensive game? He's a really good defender, obviously a good screen setter, all that, block shots, rebounds. You ever do that, or do you think about reaching out to younger players to just offer thoughts?
I have before, and when I'm around, I'll definitely talk to them about some stuff, But as I said earlier, I'm not their coach, so I'm not going to be messing up, their psyche and what all the coach is doing to get them in the right way to fit that system. I understand how those little twinks can kind of mess up, a team chemistry, but definitely, just little pointers to help him in his individual game. I did that a couple years ago when I came here, when they brought me back, and just got to sit down and talk with him. And he's definitely done a lot better than me. I see him shooting them threes with confidence. I'm actually proud of him. I love his defense. I wish he would dunk on people a little bit more. But I'm a big fan. I love Hans, by the way. I think he can be really good. He's really skilled. I think, last year it was just a whirlwind once the season started. But I think if he slows down, I think he can be really good.
All right.
We wrap up our conversation with Greg Oden next as we continue. Best of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan.
The firm of 95.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Swag back here with you in our Phoenix studios. This best of edition to tide you over till tomorrow. Dirt returns from his vacation. Right, Gazaway will join us in studio. Brady Henderson later in the week. But we wrap up our conversation from last week. Greg Oden in studio as the guys just fire some randoms at him to finish up their chat.
Tall questions for Greg Oden before you're out of here, because we have just a couple minutes.
Well, just a couple of minutes. Since we're done talking about the Blazers, I love the Blazers. I'm excited to see the Fire tonight.
There you go.
This organization has done everything for me. They changed my life. I'm really appreciative of it. And if they ever need a scout in the Midwest, I'm reaching out to you, Micah.
Let's go. Let's hook them up, man.
Yeah, that'd be great to have.
Love it.
First question I have, 7'1" guy, sleeping on the road. How does it work for tall people? Because beds are fine for me. They're fine for Stephen Vaughn.
Yeah.
How does it work for Greg Oden on the road?
I've been sleeping diagonal, but usually I sleep with a pillow in between my knees like a baby. So
cuddling.
I'm okay.
Cuddler. Okay.
I'll make it work.
How do you deal with the shower, like on the road? Because even me, I'm 6'2". Like I feel like I tower over showers and stuff on the road.
I still shower 2-3 times a day.
How do you do it? You just like bed down or what?
I mean, I try not to get my hair wet, obviously, but
cars, driving in cars. I mean, you're customizing them, but if you're not, like, it seems uncomfortable.
I used to customize them. I used to get the handicap thing, extra little thing so the seat goes back. I usually make all my seats, like the 4-seaters would have been 3-seaters.
Yeah.
I usually do that to all of my cars. But now I'm able to fit a little bit. They got a little bit more extra leg room. That little diagonal push down. That works. I stick my legs out straight. That's all I need.
I like that you've eliminated the back seat basically behind you.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
You can't have that. No.
No, there's no way.
What about like clothes? Like, do you have to get
Polo, Ralph Lauren, I need you to give me a call because if I'm not wearing Nike, I'm literally only wearing Polo because Polo is the big and tall. Like Polo is the only clothes that's kind of for skinny and tall.
Okay.
Like you go to big and tall store, it's the
It's
3X,
big.
the 4X.
Yeah.
But Polo got a nice little size for, the tall, skinny brothers.
Yeah.
Or I like to say skinny fat.
When you were a kid, did you have to do the big dog?
What is that?
You don't remember the Big Dog clothing line? It was
no.
Oh, well, it's for bigger people.
I think it's just but that's like big people.
Is this for fat people?
Isn't it?
I thought it was 3X and 4X. I just thought it was for tall and fat. I didn't know. When did you get growth spurt, by the way? Were you in middle school or high school?
I was in middle school. 6th grade, I think I ended 5th grade at 5'11" and ended 6th grade at 6'6".
Oof.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Are you the tallest person in your family?
Yes.
Is there anybody close to you?
My younger brother is 6'9".
6'9", okay. All right. Damn, 7'1", that's awesome. 6'6" in 6th grade.
Well,
That's
I
great.
mean, 6'11" and a half without shoes,
You're a basketball guy, though. We got to give you 2 inches. What are you doing here?
I mean, I like 6'12" personally, but...
What is it with basketball players where some of them don't want to be 7 foot? Like Kevin Durant does that sometimes. We're like, you're 7 feet. And he's like, I'm 6'10".
Well, he also came in where you guys, as we talked about the game, was told at 7 foot, you got to be this, you got to be that. Kevin Durant was never any of that.
He wasn't a bit, traditional. Yeah.
But saying 6'9", that's wild. When he first came in and said 6'9", it was like, Katie, you looking at me in my eyes. No, that's no.
So did you ever have a problem with being 7 foot, 7'1"?
No, not at all.
Because he's a back to the basket player.
Right. Yeah, I should.
I mean, why would I?
Player right now you'd most want to go against in a game.
I'm gonna have to say my boy Mike Conley.
Oh, you want to go against your boy?
I mean, I'm taller than him, and I'm not skilled anymore, so I'm pretty sure I can use my advantage and take him down in the post.
Very quickly, we appreciate you stopping in. Yay or nay, 54-year-old Shaquille O'Neal could still get a bucket if he played in an NBA game today?
Today, I mean, he's been looking in better shape. Yes, I say yay.
Oh, okay.
Because who's going to get around him? I mean, even when I played him, when we played Phoenix the first time, and I was like looking around him, and I couldn't see the ball, and then I got on one side, and next thing I know, he was dunking the ball. I looked at coach, and I was like, I couldn't see. Like, I literally couldn't see around him. So you just think about
It's like
that.
a brick wall.
No, it really was.
That's insane. All right, and final question for you. Teammate you hated the most in your career. Are you going to give us that answer on the air?
Channing Frye.
Oh, okay.
Great
I
there
love
we
you,
go.
Channing.
Gregory Oden hates Channing Frye. There you go.
I love you,
Mark it
Channing.
down.
I love you, Channing. He's the only name I know I could say.
We had a blast with Greg Oden in studio, hoping to make that a little bit more regular when we get to basketball season. Final hour coming up. The Mail Sack, we had Brooke Olzendam join us in the Mail Sack last week. We'll reprise that for you. And our conversation with Tisha Thompson on the 30 for 30 podcast about Shohei Ohtani and his former interpreter as we round into form here. The final hour, best of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
2-1 is in the air. It's on its way, and it's gone for a grand slam. The 18th of the year for Nolan Arenado, the 8th career slam.
Don't look, and now the Diamondbacks making hay in the playoff chase. That's Steve Berthume, Diamondbacks television. They shut out the Rockies 9-0 last night. They are 19-9 since July 9th. That's the second best record, only behind the Red Sox. They're currently tied for the second NL wildcard spot. They just took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers, and we'll have a big road trip next week at the Braves and the Red Sox. The Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at mrplywoodinc.com or their location on Southeast Stark Street.
Prime time is hitting the road. Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA are rolling out their 26-27 schedule this week, and they started this morning with the opening week and Christmas Day national television games. Season starts Tuesday, October 20th, a triple header on NBC featuring the world champion New York Knicks hosting the new-look Sixers with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. Celtics and Pistons precedes them. The nightcap, a Western Conference Finals rematch between the Thunder and Spurs. Blazers once again not featured on Christmas Day. That makes it 10 consecutive seasons. Of the 5 games, LeBron James featured the 21st time on Christmas Day, going back with the Sixers to his former Lakers. From the NFL, Cowboys reach an agreement on a 3-year contract extension with defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, $101 million guaranteed. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
As we get going, sorry, I only have 2 hands. I'm trying to do all this at once in here. Thank you to those of you who have been with us throughout. Dirt will be back tomorrow. He has enjoyed his week out there in Sun River. Sounds like it has been without incident. Wright Gasway scheduled to join us in studio sometime tomorrow, waiting to confirm his schedule. Obviously, the city of Portland City Council will be hopefully having a final vote on approval of their chunk of the financing for Moda Center renovations. That will allow everybody then to finally sit down with the Trailblazers, see if they can hammer out some details for a long-term lease agreement, as well as what those renovations will look like. And if that process can get started in earnest, everybody can start turning their attention to the regular season and see just what this odd-shaped roster can do when they get on the floor. The Queen of Rip City, of course, Brooke Olzendam with Trailblazers Broadcasting. We hadn't caught up with her for a while, and there were a couple of things that came to our attention. One, she was live tweeting during the Odyssey, which was quite interesting. But none of us in the show had the chance to attend in person the wedding of one Big Sook, Jason Sukanik, recently. However, Brooke was there, and so we invited her into the mail sack and had a few questions for her as well. But we start our conversation with her regarding just what it was like and which fan personalities were there.
Oh, it was so fun. By the way, I have to be completely honest. I literally invited myself to this wedding, and then was granted that invite. My friend Stacia, who you mentioned, she's works with Erica, the BTJ, right?
Yes,
BTJ?
yes.
Yep. Okay, the BTJ works for Stacia, my very close friend, and so her and I are usually our plus ones. She has a husband, but sometimes he doesn't want to do things, and he's like, I don't want to go. So I am the plus one usually. And so I was pissed off that Ryan actually wanted to go to this wedding because I was assuming I would be the plus one. And her husband actually did want to go to this. And so I was like, dang it, I was hoping I would be, kind of ushered in and get to go to this wedding. And then she talked to Erica, and somehow I found myself on the list after I pretty much begged to go. So I invited myself to the wedding. It was lovely. I would say the drunkest, everyone was like, happy, loving life. I can't tell you. Sook was the cutest. First of all, his outfit was just adorable. He kind of looked like a tartan, like a Scottishman. And he was so sweet and like almost on the verge of tears the whole day. And it was, he said, I'm sure, I'm not going to steal this story, but he does have a story he's going to tell about the morning of the wedding, and it's the greatest story, and I'm not going to say a word about it because it's his to tell.
Yes.
But it is such a great story. And no, everyone was so happy. Like, it was just like one of those things where like these two people that deserve each other found each other at the right time in life, and we were just there to celebrate them. The food was great, cocktails were great, everything was great. It was a beautiful evening, and I was glad that I invited myself to it.
That's a pro move to invite yourself to the wedding, by the way. 10 out of 10, no notes on that one. Power rank for me, you had a great post on, I think it was on Instagram, the powerful Portland media. So you had Jason Quick, Isaac Ropp, Jason Sakanik, Joe Fisher, who, let's let him into the crew. Why not?
He does a Saturday show.
And then the Queen of Rip City.
Let
him sneak into the back. It's okay. We'll allow it. Of the 5, can you power rank in order of best to worst dancer?
Oh.
Ooh, dancer. I will be honest. It was at the Sentinel Hotel lobby bar, so it wasn't really a dance situation.
Okay.
Like, there was not like a room or an area for dancing. We all kind of moved in our own special way, but there was no like dance.
Okay.
So I would say I gotta give my 5 stars to Jason Quick.
Really?
Yeah, and I told him so. Quick can be a little cranky at times, as we know. We love him for it. But he was joyous. Like, he was 10 out of 10. Jason Quick was so fun, and I told him so. So I will give him my star of the night, even though that's not really what you asked me. But
that's fair. I mean, it's not a dance floor. You can't really.
All right, before we get to mail sack questions, you decided to go see The Odyssey on a Monday afternoon, okay? It's a 3-hour movie. I haven't seen it. I'm ashamed that I haven't seen it yet. I'm a big Nolan fan. And then you decide to live tweet. Did we go in thinking we're going to live tweet? I may have missed the first tweet saying you're going to live tweet. Or did you get so bored and it was so long, you're like, I'm done. I have to give my thoughts on this as it goes.
No, I did not go into this thinking I was going to live tweet. First of all, I'm not a huge tweeter. Like, I don't really do it that often.
I know.
I should do it more. Actually, no, I shouldn't, because it kind of backfired on me last night. I did not go into it planning this. I went into it thinking I need to go do things, and like this movie, everyone's talking about it, so let's be a big girl and go to a movie by ourselves. And so I did, and the first hour is a grind. That's what I'll say. I ended up liking the movie, but the first hour is like, what is going on? What is happening? Why am I, like I said on Twitter, why am I liking Anne Hathaway? I used to not like her. Now I'm kind of liking her. And it was like just a weird journey where I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And so I started just kind of tweeting because I felt like kind of like I was on my own here and kind of like lonely. I'm like, I want to talk about this because I feel like I'm on an island. And then it got better. But then it got more confusing where like there were 2 lives. Like Anne Hathaway was a wife in one era, and then all of a sudden, what's her face? Was a wife in another era. You know who am I talking about? The blondie.
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie.
Oh, sorry. Well, anyways, that's what I'm saying. It was confusing.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Living like 2 lives. Anyway, at the end, then it got really emotional, and I did end up liking the movie. So some people were really upset with me that they thought I didn't like it. I didn't at first, but I did at the end. And
is it Charlize Theron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. God.
I just looked up the cast because I haven't seen it. I saw that she's in the movie.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There were so many stars in the movie, and I did say that, and that I felt like everyone was trying to win an Oscar in it. Like they were acting so hard.
Yeah. That's the worry of a Christopher Nolan movie, isn't it? It's like, this movie's going to be number 1. It's going to make a ton of money. It's going to get all the accolades. Everybody, when you have a star-studded cast, you have like 12 actors that we all know. They're all going to want to win the award.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I worry about.
I will say Anne Hathaway probably, in my opinion, of all the over actors in this movie, I would say she would deserve it. She was really great in it.
And you hate her, right?
I hate
What's
her.
your beef with Anne Hathaway? Can we dig into that topic? What's your problem with Anne Hathaway?
Well, I watched this interview with her once, and she was not very nice about her parents. Like, she kind of gave them a hard time. So I don't like that. But it's a deep dive. Like, she's probably lovely, but I just remember that it stuck with me. And so actually, if you ask a lot of women, none of us really like Anne Hathaway.
Interesting.
There's something about her. There's something about her.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
We're getting into the bottom of important issues here. Let me ask you this. So I had a kid-free weekend. It was my anniversary a couple weeks ago, and
happy anniversary!
Thank you. We shipped the kid off to the grandparents, and I had 2 free days with a 2-year-old. Those are rare, right? Like me seeing movies in the theater is not a very common occurrence for me at this point in my life. And I had a free Saturday, and I'm like, I kind of want to go see the Odyssey, but then I saw how long it was. And do I want to use, that's like 80% of my day, basically, when you take out nap time and sleep time. Like, that's all my day. And I decided not to do it. Did I make the right call?
You did. You so did.
Okay.
It would have been a waste of not a waste of your time, but a waste of your precious time that you were given on that weekend. So I would say do that on a separate weekend. Like, don't have a very special weekend for the Odyssey. Don't do that. Again, it'll be fine. You'll like it. It's just so much time.
Yeah.
It's so much time.
It's too long.
And they were only, by the way, I wanted to approach this because people were like, I can't believe you're live tweeting around everyone. I'm like, there were literally 5 people in the, I had my own row. I actually was the only one in my whole section. So I wasn't being like disrespectful to other watchers.
Yeah.
There were literally 5 people in the whole thing. And so
it's been out for 2
worried
weeks.
about that.
It's a midday 3-hour movie.
By the way, too, side note, that's kind of seeing movies by yourself is awesome. I used to do that back in the day. I loved it. It's also a good pro move of like, I'm imagining you had a good time Sunday night, right? You wake up, you got a Monday morning, you're like, let's go eat some popcorn and see a movie. That's a good vet move right there, Brooke Olsendam.
Thank you. I recommend it for everyone. It was kind of, I mean, it ended up being a whole thing. I wasn't planning for that, but I'd do it again.
Yeah.
I'd do it again.
All right. She is Brooke Olsendam. She's the queen of Rip City, and we are glad to talk to her at Brooke Olsendam on Twitter. Go give her a follow, Blazer Sideline Reporter. And we are now going to get to, briefly with you, Brooke, if that's okay. This is our mail sag segment. It is brought to you by, let's go, here we go, Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win at the second half of life, SpartaTRT.com. If you need any tea, let us know. We'll send it your way, Brooke. That's what we're good for here. First mail sack question of the day. Does Liberty Bibberty need a third mascot? How do you feel about Liberty Bibberty's mascots? It's got Doug, Emu. Do we need another mascot for Liberty Bibberty?
No. Why?
You don't need another insurance mascot from one company?
I think we're good. I mean, that guy, they kind of already have a third one. That guy that they have that's pretty good looking that doesn't know how to say Liberty Bibberty.
Yeah, the dumb guy.
Yeah, the dumb guy.
So they have the emu, they have the guy with him, Doug, right?
Does that count as one character or two? Are they a tandem?
I mean, it's technically 2 different characters.
That's true, yeah.
You got a good-looking guy, and then I've seen a new one. They actually have, it looks like a floating sun, and calls himself Bibberty.
You're doing too
So we're going for 3 or 4 here for one company.
I'm not in on that.
Yeah.
No.
The dumb guy's a bad character.
Let me follow up. Which insurance company has the worst commercials of the State Farm, Liberty Bibberty, and Progressive?
Ooh, that's a great question, actually. I love Jake from State Farm.
You still love him?
I still do. I've loved him forever, and I will continue to love him. And I'm trying to match with him on Raya, but he will not like me. So that's a one-way street. That's a one-way street with Jake from State Farm.
Damn it, Jake. What respond?
Come on. Who was he just chatting up? He was at a game recently, and everybody's like, oh, look at he's hitting on somebody. Was it Kelsey Plum?
He was there with a couple. It was a very attractive girl, but she was in a couple, and I can't remember who it was, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
That went viral on social media. Look at Jake.
Are you afraid, though, Brooke, that if he responded to a request and he actually was down, he's like, you know what, I'll be in Portland for a promo shoot. Let's go to dinner. I'll buy. He goes, you guys go out, get dinner. Are you worried, though, that he just stays Jake from State Farm even away from the camera? Because I'm not sure he knows who he is anymore.
I agree with you. And I kind of how they say don't meet your heroes? I feel like I don't want to be disappointed. So even if he did reach out, I'd be like, I don't think I can because he's on a pedestal for me, and if I meet him and he lets me down, I'll be really sad about that.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is have to gauge which khakis to put on, and they look the same to you, but he knows the different color names of them. No, thank you.
No one wants that.
Nobody wants that problem.
Come on, what are you doing?
One of our P1s, Bob, he was at the Fire game. When was the Fire game? Was this last night?
No, this was
2 nights ago?
2 nights ago, I think.
Sunday night. Yeah. He attempted the half-court shot, and it did not go very well.
It's gone viral.
He did not make it to the free throw line, and he fell over. And it's gone viral on social media. And he is asking, he's chimed in, he said, you posted my shooting failure, mail sack. What is one failure that happened to you in public that you laughed at as soon as it happened?
Oh my God, I have like so many. So like, how long do you have? How my failures? I tend to do things like I work with. Do you guys know Tristan? Who I work with? Tristan.
I don't know if we do.
I don't think I've met Tristan.
Well, Tristan was one of our videographers, editors. He's amazing. He's very talented. He's very fancy. His last name is like he has two last names, and they're both French, and it's hard to say, but he's very fancy pants. And he and I, for some reason, whenever we make a mistake or do something silly, the other person's always there. You know what I mean? Like, we look and I'm like, of course you're here, Tristan. So Tristan, like, knocked over an iced tea at the Clippers game a couple years ago, like, on the floor, and I look up, and he's like, look, he sees me. He's like, of course you just saw that. Like, so we do silly things in front of each other all the time. So it would have to be something Tristan saw. I think I know people, or people like say hello, and I think I know them, and then halfway through I'm like, I've never met this person. So that happens a lot.
Oh no!
Damn.
Oh, do you want to hear the worst? Real fast. Okay, so I go to the lake this weekend, right, on Thursday. So I get on the plane with my son Theo, and I see this woman, and she's like, "Hi, Brooke." I'm like, "Hi." I know I know her, but I can't place it. So I hug her. I sit down. I'm like, God, how do I know that lady? How do I know her? And so the flight attendant walks by me. I'm like, can I ask a weird question? Can you tell me who's sitting in 6B? Because I know her, but I can't place her. And she literally is like, no problem. Opens up her phone, shows me Susan Clark. I'm like, that does not even help me. Susan Clark, we land. I'm like, I Googled her. I could not find Susan Clark. And so we land. My mom runs up to pick me up from the baggage claim. And she runs up to this woman in 6B, Susan Clark, gives her a huge hug. This woman stayed the weekend with us. This was my mom's friend, and she literally was at my cabin. We were together the whole weekend. I had to go up to her and be like, I did not know who you were. I'm so sorry. And when we had to get in the car and drive up to Coeur d'Alene together.
There you go. The Queen of Rip City, Brooke Olzendam, joining us for the mail sack. And hopefully that won't be the last time. I think that might be something we come back to yet again. And, of course, the mail sack, sponsored by our friends at Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win the second half of life at SpartaTRT.com. One more best of segment, and then at the end we'll kind of wrap things up. I did put up a poll question today, and your Dirt and Sprague 1080 The Fan or 105.1 The Fan poll question, courtesy of our friends at Your Neighborhood Restaurant Group, bringing the fan poll question on X every day, and dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Biggs Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. You can decide where you are headed tonight. The poll question, earlier today, the NBA announced the opening week national TV games, and as well as the Christmas Day national TV games. As you can imagine, the Blazers not featured on either of those lists. We turned out in the chat on YouTube, and thanks to everybody hanging with us for YouTube. I know it's not always easy to do on a best of day, but turned out 2018 was the last time the Blazers played on Christmas Day. The last time they hosted a Christmas Day game was 2009. So we asked you how long before the Blazers will be featured on Christmas Day again next year. 2 to 4 years, 5+ years, or never again. You can vote now. 1051 The Fan on Twitter. We'll come back. We had a great conversation last week with Tisha Thompson, who was the investigative reporter for ESPN that first started digging into Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter and some $16 million worth of bets that were siphoned from bank accounts for Shohei. A fascinating deal as the 30 for 30 podcast has been released. Glad you're along with us, enjoying this best of edition Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, here's a
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NBA starts its week to roll out the schedule for the 26-27 season. The full schedule to be released at noon on Thursday. Today they announced their opening week national TV games. Season starts October 20th. A triple header on NBC. The feature is the defending champion New York Knicks putting up a banner at MSG, then taking on the new-look 76ers with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. Also, the Christmas Day games announced. Blazers not featured for a 10th consecutive season. There'll be 5 of them. It'll begin with the Spurs and Knicks in a title rematch at MSG. LeBron for a 21st year playing on Christmas Day. He and his Sixers go back to L.A. to face his former Lakers. Minnesota and the Nuggets, T-Wolves and Thunder in Minnesota. Then the Nuggets and Warriors round out the night. Tomorrow, the NBA Cup schedule will be released. I'm Jason Swigart for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Swag back here with you on this Best of Dirt and Sprague edition. The convergence of vacations for the boys. Dirt will be back tomorrow, and we have scheduled Wright Gazaway from KATU, who has just been doing an outstanding job following all of the political iterations and ramifications of the Blazers' desire to get financing for Moda Center renovations. The city, of course, expected to scheduled to have a vote on their piece of the financing package tomorrow. So Wright will join us in studio at some point. And then Brady Henderson, ESPN Seahawks beat reporter, going to join us on Thursday as the Seahawks get ready to start their preseason schedule this Saturday against the Cowboys. You'll hear it right here Saturday afternoon on The Fan. But our final conversation we wanted to reprise for you, the 30 for 30 on the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani has been released by ESPN. Just fascinating. The investigative reporter Tisha Thompson from ESPN. It was her on the record conversation with Shohei's interpreter that kind of unraveled just what was going on, and still one of the most unbelievable stories that we have run across. And she was kind enough to join Sprague and Stevie Brackett's last week.
Well, when I first found out about it, it was just a little bit before the big, huge news came that Shohei Ohtani was going to be a Dodger. It was a couple weeks before I got a tip from a source that said, hey, I want you to look at some things. And we were pieced together enough to realize that Shohei Ohtani's bank account was sending money to an illegal bookmaking operation. And the reason why that's a big deal is I think pretty much anybody who cares about baseball knows that players and staff are not allowed to bet on baseball. But MLB rules also say that you can't have anything to do with any bookmaker. So we really dug that. And we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out what's going on, only to then get tipped off that it might not be Shohei Ohtani. It might be his interpreter, who a lot of people had known. His name is Mita, and he was described as Shohei Ohtani's best friend.
Tisha, question for you here. When you first started investigating, like you said, you got these tips, you got everything. What was the first tipping point where you thought, man, this thing could get really enormous really quickly? Like, was there one moment you thought, man?
It was right away.
Right away.
I mean, no, it was right away.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we get tips in the ESPN investigative unit pretty regularly. And sometimes they pan out and sometimes they don't. I mean, there's a lot of reporting that we do that people never hear about because it just doesn't meet our due diligence. You know, for whatever reason, the information is inaccurate or we can't find proof or, you know, it falls apart. In this case, the tip came, you know, there was some good stuff. It's actually a podcast. And in the first episode of the podcast, we walk you through in the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, we walk you through what I found out and how I found out. And one of the things I had was it was a document that was from a raid of the illegal bookmaker's house. And it was it had this long list of things. So we knew there was some real meat here. But what became very challenging was trying to figure out, is it Shohei or is it Ippei? And that's a big deal, right? I mean, I was so stunned when I first got the tip. I'm one of these people that types everything you say to me into my computer when you're talking to me because I don't want to miss a single word. And I was so stunned by what I was told that all I wrote down was the letter O. And that tells you how big a deal it was. I mean, in that moment, he was about to become the highest paid baseball player in history. And he was about to become an LA Dodger, and MLB was going all in on Shohei Ohtani. And more importantly, there wasn't a single whisper about any scandal connected to him. As we say in the podcast, he had a reputation for being squeaky clean. So this was a really stunning allegation. And then, of course, we get thrown the curveball. Wait, it might be Ippei. It might be Ippei who's making the bets. And it's important to say to folks, Ippei is currently in prison right now after pleading guilty to stealing from Shohei Ohtani. So the podcast really has given us the opportunity to take the listener on the journey we went through and let them listen to all of the evidence that we gathered up in an interview we did with Ippei himself, where he gives very conflicting information, and then what the federal investigation ultimately found.
Yeah, Tisha Thompson, our guest here, host of the 30 for 30 podcast that she mentions there, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, which will chronicle the 2024 investigation. As she mentioned, got a tip, instantly became a huge story, and then blew up and became the story in all of sports. You're so right on Shohei, too, because like at that point, we knew him as the Japanese Babe Ruth, and that was kind of it. We had heard that he had a wife, but I think at that point we hadn't really seen her. There was a dog. We're trying to figure out the dog's name. We knew nothing about this guy other than he was awesome at everything baseball. I have a question, and I'm sure in some ways you're going to address this, right? Because there's a full scope of stuff here. But there's a lot of people. Now, I have a co-host. He's out today, so Stephen Vaughn is sitting in with me, but I have a co-host who is a Giant fan, so he's a little jaded here. He and many people who follow this, Tisha, they just refuse to believe that a guy was having his money drained out of his account, having no utter clue that that guy was making sports bets. And so there's just a lot of sports fans that will always, I think, believe until they listen to maybe the podcast that Shohei's probably making bets. It's one of the more popular things for people his age in America to be doing right now is sports gambling. His interpreter gets busted for it. I mean, just what do you say to people that just refuse to believe that Shohei really had no idea this was happening?
That's why I really wanted to do the podcast. That's why, 30 for 30 gives us the opportunity to really spend a lot of time with a story, much more time than we often get to explain all the things that we knew. And, for the last 2 years, all anybody who wants to talk to me, I say this often because it's true. I'll be on the sidelines of my kids' games. I'll be at my eye doctor's office. He won't let me out of there without asking these same questions. Like, is it really possible? What do you think? And I often would say back to people, I wish you could hear this interview I did. I wish you could see all the evidence that I've seen. And that's what this podcast allowed us to do, is to let you see everything that we knew. And we really tackle a lot of what you just, talked about. Why are people so skeptical? Why do people say, well, I don't believe it, even though the federal government read 40,000 text messages between Ippei and Shohei, and they say they never found any evidence that Shohei knew anything about the betting. Well, then, okay, well, how on earth would someone not know that $16 million was missing from their bank account? Because that's essentially what this came down to, is that Ippei says he stole $16 million to pay off gambling debts to this illegal bookie. Well, how on the earth did that happen? We really start to tackle that. We walk you through everything that the federal investigation found, how the bank accounts were managed, how someone like Ippei could have gotten access to those accounts without Shohei knowing. We really get into that in episodes 5 and 6. Episode 5 came out yesterday. Episode 6 comes out on Tuesday. And I encourage people to listen to it, because even the assistant U.S. attorney during Ippei's sentencing hearing, I was sitting in the audience there, he says, Ippei made an international incident when he lied to an ESPN reporter. Well, I'm the reporter he lied to. And he said, because Ippei lied in this interview that you can listen to in episode 2 and you can hear what Ippei said, people don't believe it. They don't believe it. And we really show you why federal investigators say, listen to us, listen to what we found, look at all this evidence.
You talk about there's all the evidence that pointed that it was Ippei and Shohei knew nothing about it. But there's all these people that do believe it, don't believe that Shohei didn't know. Was there any moment where you questioned Shohei's truth, that he was saying that he really knew nothing about it?
Well, I think it's important to tell people that I've been asking to interview Shohei Ohtani about this since the very beginning. And at one point we gathered up enough evidence where we felt like we could go to Shohei Ohtani's people and say, hey, what the heck is going on here? And even though I had been told different things by different sources, some of the information was consistent, like the amount of money and that the wire transfers were being sent from Shohei Ohtani's bank account. A lot of what I've been told was solid. The thing that always sort of wavered was it Shohei, was it Ippei? And when I said, I'd really like to talk to Shohei Ohtani, they said, well, we can give you Ippei. Let you talk to Ippei. So you can hear it. In episode 2, we played almost the entirety of this interview. I mean, you can really hear me pushing Ippei, and you can hear my skepticism during the interview where I'm like, well, why? I actually, I point blank say, why should I believe you? What do you say to people who think this is going to be a cover-up? I asked all of those questions in real time because we were anticipating that people were going to have these questions. I mean, we had these questions. And so, I hope people will listen to what Ippei said, and then I hope they'll listen to what the federal investigators said. And by the end of, the podcast, which finishes up on Tuesday, I will be interested to hear what people think, because you will now know what I know.
Tisha Thompson, our guest here, ESPN, the 30 for 30 podcast, which is out, the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, the 2024 investigation into the bank account transfers. The interpreter of Shohei, Ippei Mizuhara, ended up going to prison over $16 million, as Tisha notes, which is a higher number than I feel like I remember reading about. So that's even more insane of how much money was sent over.
We get into that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We get into all of that. Like, why did Tisha say 4.5, but she thought it was actually 16? I can give you a hint. Ipe told me it was $4.5 million. That was all he would admit to, even though I was pretty confident it was more than that. And of course, the feds ultimately said, "Oh yeah, no, it was 16 million."
Okay, so I forget what his sentence is in prison, but I'm kind of curious. Do you know if they still has Shohei visited him? Have they talked on the phone, or is that relationship completely cut and dead? I saw a cut from Jeff Passan that says Shohei probably makes $100 million just from the Japanese economy in advertising and being Shohei Ohtani. So, obviously huge amounts of money every year. Him not noticing 16, I guess you can fly under the radar. But is there a chance that Ipe gets out and he brings him back into, would baseball even allow that? I don't know how any of that works, but what's the relationship
that's
like?
a good question. My understanding is Ipe is there, as we say, it was one of the most public breakups you've ever seen in sports, that Shohei Ohtani has cut Ipe right out of his life. I was told by one of Shohei's spokespeople that Shohei will never do an interview and will never say Ipe's name ever again, at least publicly. Ipe is currently in prison. It's a low security prison in a federal penitentiary in Pennsylvania. He's not eligible for parole until 2029. He got a little less than 5 years as a sentence. And then pretty much everyone I've talked to says it's very likely that since he's a Japanese citizen, he grew up his entire life in the United States, came to the United States as a baby, but he is still a Japanese citizen. He will most likely be deported from the United States. So even when he gets out of prison, his punishment won't be over. Now, meanwhile, while Ipe, is going to court and is pleading guilty, Shohei goes on this incredible run. That's when he breaks the 50-50 record. Ipe is going to court. He's saying, "I'm guilty." Shohei goes and breaks the 50-50 record, and then a couple of weeks later, he's winning the World Series with the Dodgers. And then Ipe goes to prison, or gets sentenced and goes to prison. What does Shohei go do? Well, he and the Dodgers go win another World Series. So these two men have gone on completely different trajectories in the last 2 years.
One of the more fascinating things that I saw and read about and listened to was the interview with Matthew Boyer, the bookie that was taking all the bets. What was the most shocking thing that you heard from him? Because that's a guy that has seen a lot, that has been through a lot, and even he was surprised with how much Ipe was putting into it, all the bets that was going into it. What was that like to hear from that guy, from Matthew Boyer, the bookie?
Well, as he says, Ipe's bets were bananas. That's his quote. It was 19,000 bets in about 2 years. So the bets were averaging about 24 bets a day. And because Boyer was making so much money off of these bets, he began to really track them. And he says the bets were coming in the middle of the night. They were coming in the day. They were coming in all hours of the day. And one of the things that we really get into the bookie's perspective in episode 4 of the podcast, The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, because for me, I wanted to understand how on earth can someone get, and it was ultimately $40 million in debt to an illegal bookmaker. Why, first of all, would the bookie let that happen? $40 million. And then what kind of behavior, how do you gamble that much? How do you pull that off? There are very few people who've ever had that kind of experience. And I also wanted to really hear from the bookie what they're thinking and what they're doing, not just, if it was Ipe, but for any client. I mean, these guys make money off of your addiction or off of, your inability to stop betting. So what are they doing to encourage that betting without having you go bankrupt? Matt Boyer himself loves to gamble, and he's lost almost as much money as he has made on sports betting. So it's a fascinating perspective. Anybody who likes to bet on sports ought to listen to the bookie. They ought to listen to episode 4 just so that you can understand what the other side is thinking when you're placing your bets. And, what you do with that information is up to you. But for me as an investigative reporter, I want people to go into things as well educated as they possibly can. And it's very rare to get a bookie to tell you what they're thinking while they're trying to get you to lose as much money as possible placing bets with their book.
Very quickly, because we'll let you go here, Tisha. We appreciate the time, and we're looking forward to listening to the betrayal of Shohei on the 30 for 30 podcast. How often did he bet on over-unders and prop bets involving Shohei? Like you mentioned the 50-50 season. I kept wondering, did he lay a bet that year of the over-under of how many stolen bases and home runs Shohei would hit? Like, did he bet on Shohei himself?
He never bet on baseball. That is something that everyone agrees on.
Wow.
Ipe says he never bet on baseball. The Feds say he never bet on baseball. MLB never found any evidence. The bookie says he never bet on baseball. So that's something everybody agrees on. That's probably one of the things that I can confidently say Ipe told me the truth about. But he bet on a whole lot of other stuff.
I know. Yeah. What was the sport he bet on the most? Do we know that? Was it college football? Was it NFL?
He bet a lot on international soccer, and not just men's soccer. He would bet on women's soccer. As Matt Boyer says in episode 4 of the podcast, he was betting on all kinds of games that you wouldn't even think to bet on maybe here in the United States, like women's Uzbekistani soccer that was taking place in the middle of the night. And there was really no rhyme or reason to it. And as he got more and more in debt, the bets became bigger and bigger because he was trying to dig himself out of a hole. So what starts off as fairly modest bets become hundreds of thousands of dollar bets. Complicated bets that are also not necessarily going to win you any money, just put you more further in the hole.
A fascinating conversation. The final episode of that 30 for 30 podcast, The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani, is now up at ESPN Radio. All 6 episodes are there. And just going through all of it, wherever you get your podcast, but you can go to ESPN Radio and all of those episodes, the last one posted here this morning. We will come back. We'll wrap it up. I'll go through. I know I've mentioned in the updates this morning that the NBA has rolled out opening day or opening week national TV games and Christmas Day games. I'll run through all of that for you. Set up the rest of the week with Dirt returning from vacation. They make their way back, hopefully safely across the mountains. As we know, the wildfires again, Highway 35 has been shut down once again. And we wish all the best to the firefighters and hope for them up there on Mount Hood right now can get a little bit of break from Mother Nature to help them out. But we close up shop here on this best of edition, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1, The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The biggest questions of 680 AM.
Swag back here with you, wrapping up this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague. Hope you enjoyed bringing back some of our favorite guests, conversations we've had here recently as we gear up. Dirt will be back tomorrow. And we have Wright Gazaway from KATU Channel 2 scheduled to join us at some point in the show, probably later in the show in studio. We will have Statter Story for you. Anxious to see what Dirt's been sitting on and percolating as we get ready. It'll be the first full week of NFL preseason games. We've had a week or so of training camps going on for college teams as they get ready to start the season. And as well as the baseball pennant chases heating up and whatever else might be floating through. I'm sure there'll be some things that have gotten under his skin. Hopefully not. Hopefully he was able to enjoy the family out there and also maybe enjoying a couple of pops. A reminder, Binary Brewing and the Fan teamed up for the only Fan IPA available for a limited time. You can taste the Fan with Binary Brewing signature West Coast IPA. So go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location. Ask them about their only Fan. So good. Only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off. All right. We told you about all of the opening week games announced by the NBA today, at least their nationally televised ones. So let's run through the whole list for you. You will notice you do not hear the Portland Trailblazers names, part of the national television slate there for opening week. Tuesday, October the 20th, NBC has a triple header, the opening day of the season at noon local time. Celtics and Pistons, who were the top two seeds in the Eastern Conference a year ago. But it's all about 4 o'clock. The Knicks raising a championship banner for the first time in over 5 decades. They get the 76ers at Madison Square Garden, who now have LeBron James and Jaylen Brown along with Tyrese Maxey and what looks to be a more svelte Joel Embiid, if you're following along. The nightcap, Thunder and Spurs Western Conference Finals rematch. That's at 6:30. Wednesday, ESPN's got a doubleheader on the 21st. Timberwolves and Heat in Miami. Giannis and Ant go at it. And then the Warriors and Lakers. Two teams trying to reinvent themselves before it's too late. Thursday's doubleheader, Cavs and Sixers. So the Cavs form the first team of LeBron going to Philly, and then the Nuggets and Thunder from Oklahoma City. Friday, it is a prime video doubleheader. Knicks and Celtics at 4 o'clock. Rockets and Spurs at 6:30. And then the Christmas Day quintet of games. First up, 9 a.m. for you when you're done opening presents. Knicks and Spurs in the title rematch. The Lakers again featured with LeBron, who will play on Christmas Day for the 21st time in his career. Sixers and Lakers, that'll be at 2 o'clock. Then you've got Thunder T-Wolves at 5 and Nuggets Warriors at 7:30. And the poll question, again, we put up for you. Feel free to vote. We'll do it, get the votes tomorrow. How long before the Blazers will again be featured on Christmas Day? Next year, only 5% of the vote. Right now, 5+ years leading at 33%, just a percentage point ahead of never again. That'll do it for us here today, or for me, I guess. I will be back here with Dirt tomorrow. Wright Gazaway going to join us in studio. Thursday, Brady Henderson's going to join us. We will preview the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks in their first preseason game. Who's going to play? How much are we going to see? What are we going to see from rookies as they look to try to go back-to-back yet again? And so we're anxious for that. Hope you'll join us. But it's the firm of Harris and Meringue joining you next. Just Meringue. Patrick's still on vacation. He'll be back at the end of the week as well. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Until then, I'm Swag. This is Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.